I mean, I'm excited. I was actually, I saw uh, there's a stream going on, and they were talking about it. Apparently, it takes place right after The Hobbit, so that gives me a little bit more knowledge of the world.
Okay, I'm trying. I signed out. I opened up the Zoom. I typed in uh, the information, and then a bar came up, and it wasn't letting me in the room because I was able to get it last night to where my picture shows up instead of just my name. Are you? Who's the Zoom admin for this room? That's you. Are you Mar? Are you Mad Ravage? Okay, I'm gonna sign out again, and then I'm gonna hit you up on Discord when it comes up again. Because I was able to do this the other day. I'm sorry. It's easier for me. Yeah. Okay. Let me just see. Okay.
Hello.
Do you want me to have a video as well?
Potions, please.
Hey everyone, it's James from Top Dog Games, makers of Stat Trackers, the ultimate GM accessory for 5th edition. You just hang them on your GM screen in initiative order, and you have all the statistics for everybody in the combat right in front of you. Today we're going to do an unboxing of the complete Stat Tracker set, so you see what you get inside and how to set it up. Let's do the unboxing of the complete Stat Tracker set to see what you
Potions, please is a fun and exciting 15 to 30 minute set collection game. Potions, please is a fun and exciting 15 to 30 minute set collection game for 2 to 4 players that is friendly for all ages. Choose your witch, create potions, and gain power. The first player to get 4 potions, one of each color, wins the game. Cards and place on the spaces from 1 to 5. Wilds always start in the 5 spot. Once ingredient cards are taken, they move down and you fill the Potions, please is a fun and exciting 15 to 30 minute set collection game for 2 to 4 players that is friendly for all ages.
Be right back.
Okay, I can't see. I enter in the 9-digit Zoom meeting, and then on from the Zoom website, and then I just get the bar waiting for host to join the to allow you into the meeting. But when I go back in and I click the link from Discord, it just adds me in without going through Do you get a note?
Morning.
I don't think so. It just makes it easier instead of talking to a name, because I wanted it to look better visually.
Potions Please is a fun and exciting 15 to 30 minute set-looking game for 2 to 4 players that is friendly for all ages. Choose your witch, create potions, and gain powers. The first player to get 4 potions, one of each color wins the game. Choose your witch with special ones.
Try this one more time. And if it doesn't work like that, just whatever.
I'll be back in like 2 seconds.
Place 3 market cards on the table going from 1 to 5. Shuffle the ingredients and place next to the market cards. Draw 5 cards and place on the spaces from 1 to 5. Wilds always start from the 5 spot. Once ingredient cards are taken, they move down and fill the space. Shuffle the potions deck and place on the table. Draw 3 potions cards. These cards are available to make by players. As potions are made, they are refilled by the potions deck. Turns are simple, fast, and happen in 4 phases. The first one, ask. Once per turn, you must ask another player for a card. If they have it, they must give it to you. If not, you draw a card from the ingredient.
Alright, so we're here at Legendary Realms Game Store. My friend Chris is one of the owners here. It's a great little game store in Plainview, New York, on Long Island. We're here to just do a quick combat using the stat tracker system so you can see how the system works.
You can take as many cards.
So our party of adventurers here, including, you can introduce yourself, introduce your name and your character real quick. We'll go around the table.
I am Laura,
And at this point,
and I'm playing Penny Cobblestone, who is a gnome.
Still count for your victory.
Who am I hearing talking in the
I'm
background?
Sean. I am Eris Woodleaf, a Wood Elf Ranger.
Alright, and I'm Chris, and I am playing Ragnar Thunderkiss.
My mic's muted.
Peter, a Yoda Rootsmith, human cleric of justice.
Alright, good. So the party has...
Okay.
Potions Please is a fun and exciting 15 to 30 minute set-looking game for 2 to 4 players that is friendly for all ages. Choose your witch, create potions, and gain powers. The first player to get 4 potions, one of each color wins the game.
Well, hi, folks. My name is Colin, and I am going to try and teach you. And I'm not using a lot of things. I don't know if you will anyway. A method that I use to paint miniatures accordingly. And the reason is because in lieu of the fact that if I load up too much deep and water deep adventure.
I'm just having some trouble with my printer.
Okay.
I want to throw the thing out the window.
I feel that feel. Yeah, so this is designed to be for people who haven't actually played this game before. So it should be, there's going to be things along the way where like I will explain the rules as we go as we need them. but basically just kind of give you a core overview. You all have your character sheets, and on the back you have this is a D12 system with D6s. You can use whatever online dice roller you want to use, or real dice, or whatever makes you happy. This was set up, originally this game, it has its own custom dice set. So anytime you're doing a roll, your core roll is your D12. And if you roll a 12, it's basically a critical success. If you roll an 11, that's your critical failure. So that's kind of the weirdness of this system.
Are we rolling 2d6s or 1d12?
So you are always rolling 1d12, and sometimes you are also rolling d6s. So you start with your d12. Like I said, if you get an 11, it's a crit fail. Your enemies, when they're rolling, get the opposite result, because 11 is supposed to be like Sauron's power. So if they get an 11, it's their success, and if they get a 12, that's their failure. But that's just one of the kind of weirdnesses of the system. On your page, you will see you have a whole bunch of skills listed out, and they have text next to them and different ranks in the skill.
My name's Colin, and
So if you are rolling something that has ranks in it, you roll the d12 for the skill check, and then you roll as many additional d6s as you have ranks in the skill.
This is in lieu of the fact that we
If you
cannot
get a 6
see
on
each
your
other in
d6s,
person at
that's
the
considered
convention.
a like a
I'm very
special
sad about
success.
because that's always
So
a
it
great
lets you
time.
do something cool.
This
is a very
anyway, I just want to
narrative-based
give you a
system.
brief overview.
So
I'm going to be
it's a
taking,
lot of it's a lot of
Bones
theater of the mind. It's a
miniatures,
lot
the
of
Bones Black, the newer
well, I
Bones.
have enough to succeed, and
but the
hey,
method
look,
that
I
I'm gonna show you is
got a
basically the
6,
same
so
for
I want to
all
do this
miniatures.
super cool like backflip
And I'll show you some other pieces
know,
that I've
punch this guy in the face or
started
whatever.
along the way.
So just kind of roll with it, have fun with it.
So
a
the
lot of
very
it's
first
just
thing that I always
storytelling.
do whenever I
The
open up the
core of the
package
system is
for a
supposed to
miniature
be
is
since the whole Lord of the
I want
Rings,
to look real careful.
world
This particular
franchise,
one
all of
is
that
called
is very steeped in like deep lore
Isabel
and
and
legend.
Rufus.
This is supposed to be kind of an
So
extension of that. Of
she is a
you guys are
bard, it
all
looks like.
heroes,
Plays some
stereotypical
kind of a
heroes.
guitar thingy.
You are the good guys.
And, long
you live in a
sword
world
and
where
shield.
honor is a
Cool,
really
actually,
big deal.
Minnie. And she has a dog.
So you want to make
guess
sure
that's
that
her
you
pet
are,
or whatever they wanna do.
representing
And
yourself
it's got
and
nice
your,
faces.
your
So it's
clan,
a-
your
it's a
people well.
pretty decent mini. It's one of
So
the
that's a
newest
really big
ones.
deal.
I just picked it up.
But
Anyway,
yeah, you guys are all stereotypical
all of these.
good
the first thing I'm
guys
gonna do is I'm gonna look at
out
the
there
detail.
to be the heroes of legend,
I want
basically.
to see and think about what part
So that's skill
of
checks
the
real quick.
miniature I want
Weapon skills
what
work
color.
the same way.
and I want to analyze it.
And all of our skills
As
are
I'm
divided
doing that,
into
I'm
3
actually
columns.
going through
So
my first step.
we have at the bottom of the
I
page, you'll
take
see you
black
have
paint,
endurance and hope.
and
Endurance is
these
basically
are the Master
your
Series
hit
paints
point tracker.
from Reaper.
So as we go through the game,
And
there will be things that make
I
your
just have a
endurance
collection of
rating
colors. I'll show
go
you in a few
down,
minutes.
or your fatigue rating go
So
up.
I take a soft
If your
brush
endurance
and
is
not
ever
too small, not
less
too big,
than your
and I just
fatigue,
put
let me
it
know.
right, and I
Because
just
bad things start
stipple it
happening.
right in, just poke it right
But if
in,
fatigue is
and
ever,
I want to get the
exceeds whatever
entire
you left of
miniature
endurance,
painted
then you
with
have
the
to let
black.
me know.
I do this
On the
for
flip side,
two
right next to
reasons.
that, we have hope. Hope isn't going to super
the main
come into
reason
play in this
is I
in
want
this session,
a dark
but
base
hope kind of
coat
works in the same way. You can
of
increase
kind
your
of like a
shadow,
primer,
which is basically
although
how much
these
you've been
miniatures
affected
don't
by
need
the dark,
primer.
horrible things in this world.
This is one brand
And your
that
hope will decrease
it's already
throughout
ready
the
to
session.
paint. That's why I just started right with the acrylic. I didn't have to put on
Can be spent.
any kind of other
You can
base
choose to
coat.
spend a hope
So
point
I'm going to use this as
improve
a
your
primer
rolls.
anyway, but
So
not in the sense
basically,
that you need it
for example, if I were
to
rolling
help
an
paint
athletics roll,
stick. So the reason, and I digress a little bit,
under our
but the reason
attributes
that
in
it
the
was a
left-hand
primer
column,
on a plastic
under
model
the little
is
circle that says
because
body.
plastic
So if I make my athletics
does
roll
not
and I
allow
fail
acrylic
and I
paint
think that I
or
super need
water-based
to make
paint
this
to
roll,
stick. It
I
doesn't
can
adhere
choose
to
to
it.
spend a hope
So we
point
spray
and
it
add that number in the circle
plastic
next to
models
body to
with
my roll.
an enamel
If that
spray.
doesn't make a
And that's the
difference,
best way to do
then
it,
you get your hope point
a
back.
base
I just
coat.
tell you too bad. You put it
When
out.
the enamel spray
So
sticks
there's
to the
no
plastic and
inherent
dries,
risk
it then
to
gives
that,
you a surface
and
that
we're
you
not
can
going to hit
paint
a point where your
acrylic paint
shadow should
onto.
be high enough for this to be an issue.
So
in
that's
this
the
game
reason we
for,
usually do that.
anything
But
further
there's
than that.
another reason that I use a
So
base
you have
coat
your hope. Feel free to
like
spend it.
this,
Don't
and
worry about it
more
too much.
specifically,
It's
I
there to
use
be
a
fun
black
narrative.
base coat.
Some of your skills are
Now, I don't
underlined.
always, but
Those are
99%
skills
of the
that your
time I
characters
use a
are
black base coat.
particularly proficient in.
Sometimes I'll use a
If your
darker
skill is
gray or
underlined,
something like that. But
and you use
anyway,
a hope point, you get to add the
the
favored
reason
number rather than the base
is
number
because
to your roll.
of shadow.
So I know I
Whenever
just
you
threw a
see
ton
an
of
object
information at
in
you
the real
guys.
world, it has highlights and
Any
shadows.
questions before
and so
I
you
jump
want to
into
have
combat a little bit more?
something that
I'm gonna
represents those things. So when your paint
Yeah,
is
so
going
I'm going
to
to
be that
explain this all
something,
now, and then
you
once we're on
need
the stream,
to,
I'm going to explain it as we're going.
make sure
But at least
that
this way you have
you
heard it
start
once, so
from
that
inside
you're not
out.
just like,
and so by
wait, what?
putting a black paint
So I was
over
planning
the
to
entire
do
miniature,
the like
really
how
just
to
getting it all in.
as we went, because I assume that
And
nobody
then letting it
watching knows how
dry,
this
and
game
go
works
ahead
either.
and do her dog too. You're putting the first layer of paint. You're actually
How does the riddle
creating
mechanic
the
work?
shadows.
I'd like to think I'm semi-intelligent, and my character is very proficient in riddles, but if it's an actual riddle and I don't get it,
working, like I
how
said,
do I
from
roll
the
for that?
inside out, you're going to go
So
from
riddle
darker
is kind
to
of
lighter.
like
And that makes sense.
think of it
in the
like
real
an
world.
insight skill. So it's not strictly like, did I answer the riddle correctly? It's like, am I getting the deeper meaning here? Like, am I picking up what you're putting down?
You'll see that the
So there's
areas
a bunch of
that
different
are
ways that riddle can come
in
into
sunlight
play.
or in
It's
artificial
basically
light are brighter
getting the
than the areas
subtext
that
of a
are in the
conversation
shadows.
can be a riddle
And
roll
the
as
shadows
well as
always,
strictly
if they're very deep shadows, you can't
so like
tell
if
what
I'm
color
having
something
a
is if
like
it's in a deep
side
shadow.
conversation of like, hey, like
It's just too dark.
let's
the light
let's
doesn't
do
reflect.
A, B, and C, but
And
really I'm
so
trying to convey to my
the
butler
same
that you
thing
should go get people to
what
come
you want
murder
to
you
do is
guys.
replicate that
That's
with
something
paint.
you can make a riddle roll
And
on
so
to
we
see if
do
you
is,
picked up
or I
the
do,
double
you paint
meanings.
it first all black, and that's putting your first base
Just to
coat
run
on.
through combat real quick before we get started, and again we'll go through all of this again, so don't worry about it too much.
Deep
when you
dark
roll your
shadow
combat
effect
roll,
when you need it. It's
you roll your
already
weapon
there.
skill.
So I'm going to let those guys dry
And
for a few
your
minutes.
weapon skill,
and, clean up
there's a
my
whole lot of
brush a
combat.
little
We're
bit.
not going to get through all of the explanation in the next like 5
Just
minutes.
as
But
a quick note, I have
when you're in
I have
combat,
a,
we don't use a battle map. What we
a
have
cream
are
cheese
different
container.
stances.
You get a
So
top
you can either
that
be
has
forward,
straightforward palette,
defensive,
and you get the bottom
open,
part, which
or
is great to
if
hold
you have
water
enough people
in.
in front of you,
And
you
you
can
want
take
to
a
constantly
rearward
clean
stance,
your
which
brush.
means you are
And
not
when you
in
clean
the
your
front
brush,
line of combat.
you shake it around in the water, and you drag it
Turn
across
order
a
goes
a
based
soft
on what
tissue or
stance
paper
you're in.
towel, and always
How hard
pull
you
it
are to
through
hit
and
depends
maybe
on what
twist it a little
stance
bit.
you're in as
And
well.
these
So if
these
you're
paint
forward, it
brushes,
basically means you're
depending
running
on
it
the quality,
recklessly.
they will last longer than others, but
And
you want to keep your
makes you much easier to hit,
bristles
but also
in
makes it easier for you to
healthy
hit your
state.
enemy.
So you
So there's a target number that I will figure out for all of you as we go through this when we need it.
You wash them and
For
smooth
each,
them,
for each thing.
and you just
And
go
after
throughout
each round,
the process
you can
like
go
that
ahead
try
and
and
change
keep them
your
as long as
stance
possible.
before we start
All
the
right.
next round. So
While
we're
we're
not
waiting
locked
for
into
the
a
two
stance. We're
miniatures
not
to
locked into a
dry, I
turn
want to
order.
show you again some of the paints
It's
that
like
I
I
have.
said, very
So what I've done is I've collected the rainbow basically.
If
We
you
have
do hit,
Roy G. Biv,
you do
red, orange, yellow, green,
base
blue,
damage for your
and
weapon. So at
instead
the
of
bottom
indigo
of
or
your
violet,
page
just the
here,
basic purple.
you have a whole bunch of
Fine.
weapons listed.
You can make some of those colors
so your weapon
because
has a
they
base
have the
damage.
secondary
That's what
colors
you would
too.
do to
You
the
may remember
opposing
yellow and
enemy.
blue make green.
That would be reduced from
Same
their
kind of thing,
endurance.
or blue and red make purple.
You
But
also
it's
have an
nice to
edge
have
number.
them
So if
ready
your
made.
roll on your D12
Next, I want to have
is
my
equal to or greater than the edge number, that
black
means that
and
you
white.
have
Where's
done
my
a piercing
Okay,
strike
my
roll.
white disappeared. Here it is.
And that means
So I
you're
have
going
my
to do some
black and
additional
white.
damage. It's going to be good for you. You might
Of course,
inflict a wound.
very
There's a
important.
couple different
And
things
you can
that
make
can
different
result
shades of
from
gray with
that.
Then I
will
have
do
my
more cool stuff.
I guess they're called
Also,
skin
if you
tones,
roll a 6
but
on
they're
any of your
from
D6s,
dark brown to medium brown
on
to
your
a
attack
Caucasian
rolls,
flesh,
you
which
get to
and I
do
can
additional
mix
damage from
and
that.
match, and
So,
using other
we'll go through through all
my
of that when it
colors, I
matters.
can make any kind of flesh
Because
tone
I know
want.
I just gave you a ton of
Then
points at this point.
finally,
so.
I've got the.
I just have one question. I'm narrative. So if I fight like a
metallic finishes, and
I'm going to be good.
unless you're very good, you can make non-metallic
You
finish.
completely cut out there. If you
Silver
fight
and gold pre-painted.
Like a character from The Hobbit or Lord of the Rings.
Why reinvent the wheel when it's already there? But, you know, some people who are really professional painters, they will do things that make it look like metal, but it's not. It's called non-metallic paint or non-metallic metals. And
I'm sorry, I'm switching between headphones.
Anyway. And then you have, this is actually from another company, Army Painter. So they make a great flesh wash, and I use that to bring out details and highlights.
We can definitely hear you a little bit better.
So these are my paints. Some of the other things I have on hand, I have super glue because later I'm going to flock the base. Actually, these bases are really nice. They have like a cobblestone effect, but I may still put little tufts of grass or sand. And so flocking means that you're just covering it with sand or turf or something. Get yourself some Tamiya putty. I use
and the
white
bride
because
does
it's
have
easy
like
to
a giant
see what I'm doing.
dog, which is really just a narrative thing.
This
it's not
dries
really
out if you don't keep it closed. So you open it up, you take a little bit out, close it, and
but
then you
feel free to
smear it and
include your
start to
dog
dry
in your narrative of
immediately.
your attacks.
But it's great for filling gaps, especially with the larger models. You're going to have gaps when you have pieces that you put them together, or if they have seams. Then this is really great for those areas. A good sharp blade. I like this particular handle. It's made by X-Acto. It's nice and soft rubber, and it's easy to get the blade in and out. You screw the bottom, and it opens it up. So it's a really very ergonomic, I guess, with the way the shape is. Excellent. Anyway, get yourself some blades and a nice handle or whatever you're used to, whatever you like, because you want to clean off flash lines and you want to touch up little spots. This is very important to have. Some sandpaper maybe, or emery cloth, similar thing as the X-Acto knife, but the X-Acto knife is much better in my opinion. Then I also I go ahead and I collect different types of gravel and sand and rocks, and I put it into like some sort of a box that has different compartments. So there's different colored sands and things like that. And I also buy my own, the ones that so I don't have to make. This is very good quality. Model railroaders swear by this stuff. They've been using Woodland Scenics forever. And so this is little clumps of green foam, and it's great to take one or two pieces just to highlight, and I'll probably put one on one of these bases here.
Yeah, which character do you have?
Look at the size of this container. I mean, it'll last me for 100 years. So those are some of the things that I have that I'm ready, and I start with my project with. I'm ready to do. Now, believe it or not, my minis are just about dry. I'm just looking for any
Valor
shiny
is
parts,
a
but
particular thing that comes up from time to time.
So the very next step that I do when I paint is
it's
I'm
basically
going to take some
check.
Caucasian flesh or tan
anytime
or
I tell you that you can roll Valor, which is probably basically it resists
brown
fear.
or something like that, a light,
so if you're
but
doing
not
anything
white.
that's going to try and resist,
and I take this color,
something that would be terrifying.
And,
you can use your Valor roll instead, and then you can roll twice and take the better roll.
Anyway, so I take this, and I take most of the paint off.
There's
of
a handful
the
of other
top,
stuff on your character sheets that honestly just won't come up in this session, so I'm not going to
actually want to have almost no paint,
throw that at you guys right now.
And then using, not sure exactly how much
you're
paint
like, well,
this
this looks like a cool thing that,
the base. I'm just going to drag it
I have
over.
a background
and I just want to see
in,
how much paint comes off.
then,
and notice how I'm not letting the paint get into the little cracks. I want it to go onto the surface. And so this brings out the detail, and I'm just buffing it back and forth. And this process is called dry brushing, where you have almost no paint, and you're just buffing the paintbrush back and forth over whatever area you're doing. Now, there's two reasons why I do this. One is I want to see the detail of the piece. Now, just by doing that, suddenly you can see what this musical instrument, guitar-like thing is that she's holding. The detail just jumps out. And her face right now is totally black. If I hit it a few times with this, it just starts to show. And I don't go into the place where the eyes are. I don't stipple it like I did with the black. I'm dragging it across back and forth in kind of a buffing motion.
Why is the Steam streaming like taking over everything all the time?
Of this figure jump out. All right. Let me see if I can get some light. It might be a little bit better. So I continue this process.
Before we get started, I just want to say I hope everyone's safe.
A little bit
hope your families and friends are safe.
Add it on, and then as I go through it, I'm bringing out the surface details. And
all right, so we're about to go live.
To be able to see the detail is essential for later when I start adding my real color.
We have just finished
so it's very
the events
important
of the Hobbit. So
to have
honestly, my
the detail
knowledge of ages is not the best, but literally we're
another
about
reason
a year after the events of the Hobbit.
It's literally giving me a base of lighter colors.
Okay.
Was it 50 or 100 years before Lord of the Rings?
So if I add my color later to any part of this
50.
miniature,
It was 50.
50, yeah, 50.
The lighter
before the opening scene of Lord of the Rings, not like maybe like 80 years before, like
will actually
the fall
make
of Sauron.
The color
the
that
end
I'm
of the
going
second
to
age was the
choose
fall of Sauron.
brighter in those places, and where the color that I choose hits the black areas.
Listen, if we're playing Second Age, I'm not playing Numenorian Lord.
Dark and the light will affect.
Hopefully,
later
so
color
we are live here.
Another way to say is
our stream of The One Ring. We're playing an adventure this morning called Of Hammers and Anvils, which takes place shortly after the events of The Hobbit. And we have a collection of characters here who are familiar with each other. They have been traveling together for some time on various pieces of business of their own. And we begin our adventure with our companions traveling to Dale along the Merchant's Way, where it parallels the river running before it flows into Long Lake to the south. It's late in the day, and our characters are all still a few miles south of town. So they're kind of pushing themselves to try and make it to the city and get some lodgings before it gets cold and dark, so they don't have to spend another night on the road. They all have their own reasons for going to Dale. But as you all are walking along the road, you pass along the edge of a hill. And as you emerge from the far side of it, you spy a boat silently moving along the river with the favor of the current. And it's partially hidden by the mist rising from the river's surface. You take notice of it because this is actually pretty unusual to see a boat headed south this late in the day. You know that it likely will not be able to make it to Lake Town before sundown. So you have some, a little bit of curiosity about what is going on here. And it appears to be a large skiff. You see that there are 8 oarsmen on this boat. And if any of you would like to, you can go ahead and make a craft roll. So this is a D12 and D6 system, which means that anytime we're making a roll, we're rolling a D12. And then if our characters have ranks in that skill, they can add D6s up to the number of ranks in that skill that they have. So does anybody feel like they are crafty this morning? All right.
I feel crafty, but
mine's underlined. What do I do with that?
So the underline only comes into play if you decide to spend a hope point to improve your roll.
Okay, so
you don't have to worry about it yet. But if you think you're going to, if you fail your roll and you want to try and succeed on it anyway, then you can spend a hope point. Then you get to add the favored bonus rather than the base bonus for that.
Okay. I'll try to make a craft roll.
I will try to make a craft roll too. I do not have anything filled in, so it's just a D12?
Yes, just a flat D12.
8.
Okay.
I rolled a 12 total.
Okay.
An
So
8.
the two of you, you stare down at this boat, and you realize that this is similar to some boats that you've seen around Lake Town, but you also notice, both of you, that there is a large pair of blue eyes painted on the lower side of this boat's prow. And that seems to be, a very unique marking. It's not something you've seen before. And as you're watching this boat, if anybody wants to make an awareness roll, you may notice some more things about this.
I will make an awareness roll.
I too will make an awareness roll.
All right.
I got a not. So I add all the numbers together.
Yes, unless you have an 11 on the D12.
Okay, I got a total of 20.
Okay.
14 for me.
All right. So Caranther is our elf and very aware of this boat, apparently. So
I see far.
you do. You see far, and through the mist, Caranther is able to see that this boat is being maneuvered using an unusually large rudder that could easily be found on a much larger boat. So this is a relatively small boat, but the rudder seems to be larger than you would expect for a boat of this size.
This looks more like a seagoing boat than a river boat.
Not inherently a seagoing boat. It just looks like it's got, obviously been enhanced somehow for something. It's got some unique features that you don't usually see.
I let my companions know about the unique features. The rudder is quite large for a boat of this size, and the markings are unusual. Do I recognize the markings at all?
Not at all.
Not at all. Okay.
It seems to be from a culture or people that you are not familiar with.
Can I see anybody on the boat?
Yes, there are in fact 8 oarsmen on the boat.
Do they have the look of Wilderland? Or the Men of Dale?
They appear to be. You know what? I'm going to have you roll something. Let me see what we're going to do with this. Why don't you roll me a? I'm going to actually have you roll a courtesy roll, because courtesy kind of deals with knowledge of cultures.
4.
Okay. These are men. They are humans, and
humans. They all look the same to me.
Yeah, pretty much.
Hearing that, I'm gonna do my own courtesy roll.
Okay.
12.
Okay. So yeah, they look like they're probably pretty local. They look like maybe they're from, Dale or Lake Town or somewhere around here.
And they're heading the opposite of which way we're going?
They are headed the opposite direction, yes. They're headed away from Dale. And as you continue standing there and watching this boat, it does disappear off into the mists, being carried off quite swiftly by the current that is aiding its passage. And so your group continues their journey. And about half a mile from where you saw the passing boat, you come to a spot, you pass a turn in the road, and there is a large raven perched on a tree on the side of the road. As you come into sight of it, it caws and flaps its wings, and looks pointedly in your direction.
How do I speak to a raven in the Elvish way?
Excuse me, sir. Can you not?
You are not inherently capable of speaking with ravens, but you are welcome to just
No.
talk about it.
I meant in the animal Ken way, the way I would communicate with a raven I'm friendly with.
Okay.
I throw it some food.
All right, sure. You pull out some food, and the raven actually, like hops over towards you a few steps, but surprisingly does not take the food. It caws at you again, and then hops back towards the edge of the woods again, and looks back at you pointedly.
Walk over, pick up the food, throw it towards him.
The raven again just caws at you, hops a few steps further towards the woods, looks back over its shoulder, and caws at you again.
I will quietly follow the raven into the woods.
Okay. Is anyone else going with Caranthier?
I'll
or
go.
are the rest of you staying on the road?
How far away from
you
the
are
town?
still a couple miles outside of town.
Follow the elf.
Okay. The raven leads you through the woods, through the underbrush, and eventually you reach a rocky outcropping. And there's a narrow ravine filled with dense vegetation below. And anyone who has wandered over here needs to make me an awareness roll.
Okay, my awareness isn't too bad.
I mean, if it's not for these modifiers, I'd be doing really bad right now.
Yeah, 1.
I just add 6 for every one of like the stars.
You get to roll a d6.
Okay.
11 altogether.
Okay.
1, 4, 10,
So Trotter
13.
Hobbit has an 11.
13.
All right, Caranthier has a 13. And how's the bride doing?
I got an 18 too.
Okay, an 18. So most of you just kind of see the vegetation, and the crow does stop. The raven stops at the edge of the outcropping, and again looks at you and caws. And the bride, being someone who is familiar with living in the woods, is able to look down amid the vegetation, and she sees, half buried in the thick and thorny bushes, the body of a dwarf in armor at the bottom of the ravine.
Is it dead?
You are not able to tell from here, but as you stand there, the raven takes flight from the edge of the ravine and flies down and perches at the bottom, looks up at you, and caws again.
Yeah, I'm gonna go look at the body.
Okay. Would you like to make an athletics roll to climb down that cliff?
Okay. My athletics isn't too bad either.
Yeah, the bride is used to doing these kinds of things.
Okay, 19.
All right. So the bride is actually really adept at this, and scales down the side of the ravine with no issue. As she reaches the bottom of the ravine, she hears a moan coming from the body. And this is a dwarf in actually surprisingly nice armor. And he appears to be alone. And it looks like he has a cut on his head.
I guess I'll tell the others.
Okay, you look
Maybe
back
someone
up the
can help
cliff
him?
to your companions at the top.
Yeah, just scream up to them. Someone's down here.
I run down after her.
All right, make your athletics roll.
Oh, I actually have good athletics. Yay.
Yep, you're climbing down a cliff into a ravine, so.
I'll stay where I am and I'll keep a
I got an 11 on my D12.
All right. So, as you all stand there and watch, Caranthier begins trying to scale down the edge of this cliff, and fails to make a handhold and falls to the bottom. And as you land quite firmly amid the brush, you are going to lose 3 endurance from your fall. Meanwhile, back at the top, Trotter, our hobbit, is trying to keep watch to make sure nothing else happens. Did I hear that?
Yes.
Okay. So go ahead and roll your awareness to try and keep an eye on the surrounding woods.
14.
Okay. So you do look around and you don't see anything moving, and I'm gonna get back to you in a couple minutes after we deal with the bottom of the cliff.
Got it.
So while all of this is, going on at the bottom, you're gonna be doing your own thing up at the top of the cliff, and Lifston is up there with you because Lifston has not climbed down yet.
Yeah, no, after seeing that fall, I'm gonna stay up here.
Yeah, the elf probably tried to do something real cool and just
Stop embarrassing me. Elves are like cats. I now have to groom my hair and make sure it's perfect.
Yeah. So Caranthier, stands up, brushes himself off a little bit. And the bride and Caranthier are now at the bottom of the ravine, and you have this obviously wounded dwarf laying on the ground in front of you. How would you like to proceed at this point?
Well, as soon as I have myself together, I want to try to give the dwarf a look over and see if there's anything I can do to help them.
Okay. You approach him, and as you begin, kind of like poking him, trying.
Little wary. This is a dwarf.
Okay.
But it's bleeding in a forest, and dwarves don't belong in forests.
That is very true. He is very much out of his element here. As you begin kind of, trying to check him over, see if there's anything you can do, he does begin to kind of regain consciousness, and he kind of blinks, and he looks up and he says, "Oh, are you here to murder me?"
Have you done something worthy of murder?
Oh, absolutely not. But the last folks who came along certainly decided that they were feeling murderous this evening.
And who were they?
I know not. But if you are a friend, I am glad for your assistance.
Why are you in the forest?
I was headed to Lake Town, me, my squire, and my bodyguard, and they ambushed us on the road. There were a dozen ruffians. They were men, all of them. And Storr, the bodyguard, was the first to fall. His heart was pierced by a spear. And my squire charged to engage them, urging me to escape, so I took flight. But they shot arrows at me, and many, many darts hit their mark, and you do see that he does have some arrow wounds. But, he assures you, I have a thicker skin than most dwarves. And he unbuttons the top button of his shirt to reveal a shiny corselet of close-knit silver rings. He looks at you and says, "When I fell over the edge of the ravine, they must have thought I was dead." And I will let you roll if you want to. You can roll a craft on that shirt that he's wearing.
I am rolling a craft on that shirt.
And the bride can as well, since she's there and hanging out.
I'll do it too.
What was that?
I'll do it too.
I got a 6.
All right. Let's see how the bride does.
Better than me.
I got a 5.
So both of you are just like, yeah, this guy has chainmail.
It's rather clean for such a filthy creature.
Yeah, you basically you don't get anything more than he's got chainmail, unless you want to spend a hope point.
No.
Okay.
Me either.
All right. So anyway, he the dwarf stands up, brushes himself off, and says to you, "Well, thank you for climbing down and coming to my assistance." And he offers his hand, says, "It's a pleasure to meet you despite the unfortunate circumstances. I am Balin. Perhaps you have heard of me." And him having been one of the prominent characters in The Hobbit, you have in fact heard of Balin. He is a notable dwarven lord.
I yell from the cliff, "What's going on down there?"
All right, we're going to get back to you because you're doing things in the woods. But actually, we'll jump over to you now. So you were looking around the woods trying to see what was going on up there, and the woods seem relatively quiet. It is getting close to nightfall. However, as the light shifts through the trees, you see a crumpled form in the underbrush, probably about 30 feet away from where you are.
I tug on the pants leg of Livston and tell him that there's something out there.
Do you know what it is?
I'm going to try to get a better look.
Okay. You make your way through the underbrush in that direction to get a better vantage point. And it does, in fact, appear to be another dwarf.
Okay, so I yell back, "We've got another dwarf over here."
I guess I go with him.
Okay. Two of you make your way over to this second dwarf. And this one, as you approach, does not move, does not react in any way.
I call out to him.
There's nothing.
And
you do notice as you get closer that there are a number of arrows in this dwarf.
Do an awareness just in case.
Sure.
$16.
Okay. You are pretty easily able to tell, even without getting right next to him, that he's very dead. He has some he's got an arrow like right into the side of his throat. So he's a lost cause, but you do not see anyone or anything else in the woods at this point.
Got it. Well, Livston, it looks like our friend here got pincushioned. Do you want to...
Does he have anything on him?
I was about to say the same thing. Do you want to see if he has anything worthwhile for our adventure?
You go ahead and you begin searching through his pockets and things, and you can roll a search roll.
15. Oh, wait,
Okay.
nope. Math is hard.
All good?
13.
Math is very hard.
18.
Okay. So you do a quick search. You do notice that he seems to be well-dressed for a dwarf. He seems to be, obviously part of, some sort of, well-to-do family or group or something. And he has, his own basic weapons, which are of no use to you. And you do find his coin purse, which has a sizable quantity of money in it, still tied to his belt.
Well, we'll hold on to that for safekeeping for now, I think, Livston.
All right. So money is not directly tracked in this system. It's basically the way that this deals with things. It assumes that you have a decent quantity of pocket money, and then when you do great things, you will earn treasure, which you can accrue between adventures and sessions and things like that, that then can increase your standing for the following game. So you have you've pocketed some nice pocket change, but it doesn't quite qualify as treasure. You basically just have a nice additional heft to your coin purse now. However, meanwhile, the bride and Caranthir are able to help Balin back up to the top of the ravine, and so you guys see them climbing back up with the other dwarf.
I yell back to them, I think we've got another one of his friends over here.
Dead or alive.
How's he feeling?
This one lives.
I'm afraid there's no good way to put this, but he is in fact dead.
Balin looks at you and he nods very solemnly. He says, I feared the worst. It is a small miracle that I escaped with my own life, and surely I would have perished in the bottom of the ravine had not I had the assistance of your friends. Nonetheless, I will, he kneels over the body of his companion and says, I will remember my squire in song when I return home. However, there is nothing for it now. If one of you would be so kind as to carry his body the rest of the way, I'm afraid I'm a bit not at my best right now.
Nah.
I look at the elf.
The elf gives you the look that your cat gives you when you ask it to do something.
I just pet my dog.
Carry the body.
So the hound is actually almost shoulder high and totally capable of, carrying a body if you just want to put a body on the hound and use the hound.
In that case, the hound will take him.
All right. So as respectfully as can be done, you strap the dwarven corpse onto the hound and continue on your way continue on your way again. And Balin, as you are walking, kind of nods to you and says, you seem destined to be my friends, it seems, and you're about as good in a pinch as a certain hobbit I know. So you return to the road and you continue your journey along the way. And as you return to the road, you can all make either an explore or a hunting roll, your choice.
I'll make an explore roll.
Yeah, I'll also make explore.
Okay.
I think I'm good at hunting, I think.
Where would hunting be?
So hunting is in the right-hand column of skills under wits.
Okay, I'm going to make
hunting
a
is underlined for me.
Yeah, so the bride has been living in Mirkwood for several years with her hound. So she's pretty good at all of the woodland survival things like hunting.
I got a 12.
Okay.
16.
So a 12 is not going to cut it, but a 16 will. And what else do we have?
11.
Okay, so no good on the 11. So who had the 16? All right.
I got a 21.
All right, so
dots in there.
All right, so the bride has a 21 on hunting?
Yeah.
All right. So Livston, I'm going to do first, and then I'll tell you what else you see in addition. So Livston returns to the road, and as you're kind of returning to the road, you're still trying to keep an eye out to make sure that there's nothing else amiss here, because you've stumbled upon the scene of an attempted murder and an actual murder. So you do see, Livston sees as you return to the road, a place where the brush is kind of trampled down as if someone went off the road in the opposite direction towards the river. The bride, with the assistance of her hound, is an expert tracker and also sees this, but is able to kind of reconstruct the path that was taken and notices that there are several sets of booted footprints leading from your murder scene, basically, back across the road into the brush and down towards the river on the far side. And are you following those tracks down towards the river?
I will.
Okay. So as you approach the river, you see.
Does she point out the tracks?
Look,
She just
track.
walks away.
I follow. I go with her.
Okay. So the two of you make your way down towards the river. And it's a pretty easy path to follow. You can see the broken brush as you go. And when you reach the river, the tracks end at the shoreline where there are deep grooves in the riverside, as if a boat had recently been dragged up onto dry land.
Like that boat we saw earlier?
Yeah, like that boat you saw earlier.
Now, you said the boat we saw earlier had a very deep rudder.
Yes.
Can I see trace? The rudder's the thing that goes into the water, right? I'm not a sailor. So can I see?
That turns it.
Can I see if there's signs that this was a deep rudder pulled up onto the riverbank?
Absolutely. Roll your awareness.
Okay. Awareness. $19.
Yeah, so you do see a distinctive kind of scrape mark in the mud that makes you think that this was probably that boat.
This was the boat we saw. The rudder is deep for this river.
Not seeing anything, I yell from the road, the sun's going down, and if we don't hurry up, we're going to miss supper and maybe even dinner.
Berlin reaches over and pats you on the shoulder, says that is a concern. However, I assure you that the people of Dale will open their gates when I arrive. I'm a very important person.
So a feast maybe in your honor?
Well, perhaps not this night, considering all that has come to pass.
Well, I'll make do.
Nonetheless, I'm sure there will be a place for you to be in and all of that. And as you continue on the road, headed towards Dale, Balin begins to ask about your company's travels as of late. He turns first to Trotter, because Trotter has already kind of engaged him in this conversation about food, and he says, well, you are a hobbit, and we don't see many of them far from home. Tell me of your doings, your great deeds, your travels.
Well,
feel free to make up whatever you want. This is the moment at which you get to expound upon whatever backstory you would like to give your character.
Okay, I just started reading it again. I'm like, I don't remember reading anything on that. Well, I'm afraid not much. I traveled from the Shire. I met up with these guys, and I've been doing most of their adventures rather than mine. I've just been trying to make it to Dale.
I see. Well, it is fortunate for you that unless someone tries to murder us again, we should be in Dale very soon.
Well, thank you for putting my mind at ease.
And go ahead and roll an awe roll to see what Balin's opinion of you will be going forward.
6.
Okay. Balin does not seem particularly impressed by you. Would you like to spend a hope point to change that?
Would the hope point even change? No, I think I'm good for now.
Okay, so Balin is just like,
he's gonna let you die later.
Balin just kind of looks at you and he's like, right then. And then he turns to Lifstan.
A dwarf looks down upon you.
Pretty much. And says, and you look like you're from around here.
I have been here before. I saw the old dwarf smiths and their crafts, and ever since then, I wanted to kind of follow in their path. So I've been traveling the world to see how different places do their crafts.
Ah, very noble goal indeed. And go ahead and roll a, since you were talking to him about dwarf stuff, roll a courtesy roll.
Oh, a courtesy. That's another.
Courtesy roll would have worked wonders for me.
An 18.
Okay. So Phelan has a nice long talk with you about dwarven smithing. And he begins telling you that, oh, there are many great skills. Many of our people, I'm sure focus deeply on the old traditions of tools and weapons. You will never find anything better than a dwarven made hammer, I assure you. The dwarves of the Iron Hills are particularly skilled at this. However, many of our more local and creative kinsmen have begun delving into a new art form. They are making great works of art, trinkets, and mechanical contraptions that wow the mind. Things like you have never seen before. And perhaps if you are lucky, you will get the chance to see some of these marvels that we have begun making in recent years.
I hope I get the chance.
He nods. Says, I hope you do as well. I suspect that your path may bring you across them if you are going to spend a significant amount of time in Dale. And then he turns he turns to the bride and says, and you are the one who I have to most pressingly thank for my rescue, I believe. Do tell me a bit about yourself and your very large dog.
I pretty much was going to get married to someone, and then they got killed, and this was their hound.
He looks at you deeply and he nods. He's like, that is in fact a tragic story. And why don't you roll awe?
Okay. Oh, I have 3 dot things in awe. Okay.
Yes, you are very impressive.
Unlike the Hobbit.
Unlike the Hobbit, who's just like, okay.
Okay, I got an 18.
All right. He kind of just, he looks deep at you and says, I would console you in your loss, but it seems that you are already well on your way to finding your own life here. However, should you need anything, please, know that you can call upon me as a friend.
Okay.
And then he turns to Caranthir and says, and you must be you're a bit far from home.
No
you
further.
Must have an interesting story.
No further than you.
I've been in Dale for the last several months, actually, so I'm pretty close.
We have something in common. We each have driven an evil from our homelands recently.
Indeed.
Your people have brought joy back to this land that had long fallen under the shadow.
We certainly try.
It is nice to see men in the river again. For far too long, there was nothing but barrels.
And he nods, listening to your recounting, and then he says, and what brings you to Dale?
It would take more than the spears of elves to cleanse the great forest.
He nods, says, that is wisdom indeed. And I'm going to give you a choice. You can either roll awe or you can roll persuade.
Because I have better stats.
Yep. Okay.
Just go. Let's see. The 2 dots is 2 and total of 12.
Okay. So he actually seems fairly impressed by your story as well. And as you continue, night begins to fall, and eventually you reach the Trader's Gate to Dale. At this point, Balin turns to you, and this is just a moment. And he goes and he knocks at the gate, and the sentry at the gate opens a little hatch, looks through, and goes, "Oh, my lord Balin, what are you doing out so late at night?" And the gate is quickly opened, and you and Balin are all admitted into Dale. Once the gate is closed behind you, Balin turns to you, says, "I am afraid that I must now bid you farewell. However, come close." And he leans forward and gives you a wink, and he says, "There is something I must tell you as my new friends. You may hear some disturbing news soon enough. When you do, seek out my friend. His name is Thrune. You will find him at the toy market. Until then, be well, my new friends." And without waiting to answer any questions about that at all, he turns and heads off into Dale. The 4 of you are left to go about your business in the town.
Well, I don't know about you guys, but that was a fun little side adventure. I would prefer if we were to settle in for the night, maybe have a few drinks and have a lot of food and prepare for our way.
I mean, I'll take the drinks.
All right. So without too much difficulty, you find your way to the Missing Scale, which is a famed inn.
I like that name.
Yes, on the edge of the market, and it is doing a bustling business tonight. You arrive, and despite the crowds, you are quickly provided with food and drink, and set up with a room for the night, or several rooms if you all want separate rooms. It's up to you.
I try to see if there's any elves, perhaps any from Mirkwood in the inn, any travelers or the like.
Yes, you do in fact find another elf. Only one, but there is another elf off in the corner, kind of keeping to herself, enjoying her dinner and sitting by the fire.
Do we know each other?
Distantly. It's kind of like a distant acquaintance, somebody you've seen from time to time, but not somebody you know well.
Well, it has been many decades since I've seen you.
She nods, says, "It's good to see you well. You are, albeit a bit far from home."
As are you. And I ask her about the boat in a very casual way.
Okay, so tell me how this conversation is going. Tell me how you're approaching this.
Like, I saw a boat. I saw an unusual boat on the way here that I had never seen before. It was odd. It had blue eyes and a deep rudder, unusual for this river, almost like it was made for a larger lake, or perhaps deep river down towards the ocean.
That is quite interesting indeed. I can't say I give much mind to boats these days, but that does seem to be quite a unique sighting.
You haven't seen it? Anything like that?
I cannot say that I have.
It is rare that we see something new.
That it is, and if it was a beautiful boat, perhaps you should write a song about it.
I am not a elf of song. What can I roll to find out whether she's lying to me or not?
That would be insight.
Insight. And insight is... Where's insight again on this?
Middle
So
row.
insight is the middle column.
Okay,
right in the middle.
I absolutely hate this font. Okay, I have 2, and it's underlined.
Okay, so underline doesn't count for anything unless you end up spending a hope point on it.
Okay.
So you're rolling your d12 and 2 d6s. Remember that if you get a 6 on your d6s, you also have to tell me that, because that also gives you special bonuses.
Oh, I have not been telling you that.
Okay. So
I've been using a dice rolling app. I assume the 6 is the Gandalf room. I'm using the one from One Ring.
yeah, so there's, yes, exactly.
Okay, I got a 17, no 6s.
Okay. So you know her well enough to know that she's kind of just, generally pretty aloof, and she doesn't actually know anything more about this. She's just kind of making polite conversation with you. She's not really sure why you're talking to her about boats. It seems like a super weird conversation to her.
Okay, I will wander off so as not to make a fool of myself any further.
Okay.
Overhearing the conversation, I take this time, have a few more drinks, and time to break out my Hobbit storytelling and start to dramatize the story of our small little side adventure very loudly to gather an audience.
Okay.
And I'd like to use an awareness check to see if, when I mention the blue-eyed boat, if anybody makes a weird look.
Okay. So first thing we're going to have you do is I'm going to have you roll a song check to see how your performance goes. Even though you're not singing, you are expounding this grand tale. So that's our closest comparison.
Oh, come on. 12.
Okay. So some of the people of Dale do kind of, wander over and sit down and begin paying attention to your story. And then go ahead and make your awareness check to see if anybody seems particularly up on this.
9. Wow.
Okay. So would you like to spend a hope point?
I would this time, yes.
Okay. What does that bring your roll up to?
Give me a second to find where my hope is. Which one do I add to it?
So is awareness underlined for you?
It is not.
Okay. So awareness is under the body column, so you just add the number in the big circle.
Yes. So it brings it up to 13.
Okay. So you, as you are telling your tale, are able to keep an eye on the crowd pretty well. And nobody really seems to be, put off by this. They seem to just be enjoying the story. Most of these people are just the common people of Dale or travelers passing through. And nobody seems to have any particular reaction to your description of the boat.
Okay. I'd like to do one more thing and try to use the story to get myself more food and drink.
Absolutely. Roll awe.
Oh, not again. 9.
Okay. So at this point, it does not seem to be getting you any more food and drink. Do you want to spend a hope point?
No, I can. I'll have to live without it. Just take out my rather heavy coin purse and
and pay for it like a normal person.
Like a normal hobbit.
Like a normal hobbit, yes.
I pat the hobbit's shoulder. Good try.
Yes.
Good try.
But nonetheless, you order more food and drink, and the waitress is, content to keep it coming so long as you keep paying. So. All right. Is there anything that any of the rest of you would like to do before this night winds up?
I want to ask what I was doing before, but with the people who actually would handle the boats.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you look around for some dock workers.
Yeah, look around for some dock workers.
And I am going to say that you actually don't find any here right now.
Okay.
Does Lifston want to do anything while we're sitting around the inn? Or are you good?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
I get as much drinks as possible, since my
Sure.
character's technically 15.
Yeah, so the bride is like 15. Nonetheless, the the innkeep and everyone, they're, as long as you keep paying, they will keep bringing you drinks. You have a real good night.
This is Middle Earth, not America. Drink up.
Anybody asks, she's just a rather tall hobbit.
Yeah. And in Middle Earth, she is absolutely considered an adult. And they are quite happy to, again, continue bringing her drinks as long as she's paying. There is some wariness about the very large dog, but not too much.
How many inches is the dog at the shoulder? Is it like 3 feet high at the shoulder?
So this dog is literally like...
Is it like Irish Wolfhound, then some?
Yeah.
Okay.
If you go and look at the character sheets, because you have access to all of them, you can see the art where the hound is literally like shoulder high on the bride.
Oh.
So it's like a giant Molliser crossed with a hunting dog.
It's like
it's a giant dog.
Yes. It's a small horse.
Pretty much, yeah.
The correct term is big puppy.
Yes, that is technical term. Yeah. But nonetheless, your night concludes without much more ado than that. And you spend the next couple days, each of you attending to your own business in Dale. However, the following Monday, so you've been in Dale for, we'll say, about 3 days now, attending to your own business, staying at the inn. The following Monday is the day of the toy market. And as you've been traveling around Dale for the past few days, you've been hearing rumor that this toy market, they happen regularly, but this particular toy market day is going to be particularly splendid because a number of new toys are going to be revealed to the public, and a good number of merchants, including some foreigners bearing rare and exciting goods, are supposed to be in attendance. So leading up to this day, you are all hearing a great deal of excitement, and they're even calling this particular toy market day the Wonder of the North. So dawn comes on the day.
I'm sorry, when you say toy market, you mean toys?
Yes.
Okay.
It's basically like they have a festival every the first Monday of every month. They have a festival, and people come in to display all of these trinkets and oddities and all of that.
Okay, thank you.
And you would have learned all of this in the couple days that you're hanging out in Dale. So morning comes, the day of the toy market. You all wake up in your beds in the inn. And as you make your way downstairs, you very quickly realize that something is amiss, despite all of the excitement that you have heard leading up to this day. As you head downstairs, things seem to be relatively quiet. And at first you think maybe it's just that everyone's already gone out to the market. And you guys, don't want to miss something like this. It's obviously a, special occurrence. You begin making your way out into town, into the market as well. And there are a great many dwarf crafters about. And you pass several in the streets, but they all seem to have a troubled look upon their faces. And as you reach the market square, you particularly notice that long faces seem to abound. Even as hawkers are calling out about their wares, they seem to lack the excitement and gusto that you would expect. They seem a little half-hearted. And the normally exuberant sounds of delighted children seem somewhat more muted than usual. And you can also see that there are a couple armed guards on the corners of the market square and moving around throughout the crowd.
Well, this was a bus. Should we move to town?
That's like lockdown or something. Because they kill the guards.
The guards seem to just be keeping an eye on things. They haven't, they're not stopping people. They're just, they're there on the corners and, mingling through the crowd, just keeping an eye on things.
Do the guards also look like upset?
Yes, they seem to be, like it seems that they have rather long faces and something is amiss.
I start trying to look for Thrun at the toy market.
Okay.
Did Balin say they were a dwarf?
He said it was his good friend and toy maker, so you can assume that it's probably dwarf. So you begin making your way through the market square, and you notice that despite the general dour mood, there is quite a crowd around one stall in particular, and the sign over the stall reads Thrun's Toys. Now, the people here are, as you approach, they are laughing heartily as they examine whatever is on display. You can't quite see through the crowd. And but as you get closer, you see a relatively young and lively dwarf in the process of demonstrating the properties of some marvelous wooden boxes that open in different ways depending on how and where they are tapped. He also has a series of interlocked rings that move around each other in some kind of a flowing dance that you can't quite understand how it works. And there's also a small dragon made of metal that will like worm its way around your fingers as you move your fingers.
This is very impressive, I think to myself.
Magic dwarf, you don't see that every day.
I want to buy one.
All right, you begin approaching Thrun's stall, and as you begin kind of trying to wade your way through the crowd of children, there comes a call from across the square, and you see another dwarf yelling from kind of across the street. You should all be ashamed of yourselves. You are wasting your time on trifling matters. And let's see. Lifstan, since you are our local here, you can make a lore roll.
Uh, 12.
Okay. So with a 12, you recognize this dwarf who is yelling, and he has a companion with him. By their garb, you recognize that they are from the Iron Hills. And as you stand there, this angry dwarf kind of climbs atop a crate that somebody has left by the side of the road so that he can, see over the ground and properly yell at people. And continues his monologue and yells, "It's toys and trinkets only a few years ago. You would have been the laughingstock of any dwarf who ever set foot in a forge. Do you think it is of any value, the praise you are getting from men? An orc is better at smithing than any man." And the crowd, takes notice of this and begins, kind of dispersing because this looks like it might get pretty angry. As his customers begin dispersing, Thrun steps out of his stall and yells back, "Look at what you have done now! All of my customers are gone! A plague on you miners and your stiff necks!" And with that, the the two dwarves from across the street and Thrun begin strowing towards each other with balled fists towards the middle of the street.
I rush in between them and try to calm things down a bit.
Okay. So you're running in between a whole bunch of angry dwarves, and what are you saying to them?
My lords, it's a festival today. Have some drinks, eat some food. There's no reason to be this upset. It's a good day.
Okay. Why don't you roll a persuade roll?
Five. With the one on the D12 doesn't matter, does it?
The one on the D12 doesn't matter, only the 11.
If it's 11, yeah, okay. Yeah.
So you run in and in fact, this does not seem to be making things better. Do you want to spend a hope point?
No. Instead, seeing that this isn't working, I'm going to burst into a song that the locals here might know.
Okay.
And ask that Lifston help me out on this one, because he's a local here, and try to rally everybody to perhaps make a crowd come and make it harder for them to actually brawl in the middle of the street.
All right. So they are strowing towards each other. And actually, as you begin to prepare to burst out into song to try and defuse this situation, Thrun looks at you and says, "How can you say that this is a good day? Have you not heard what has happened?"
Nope.
No. Actually, I do apologize. Would you mind informing me?
My dear friend Balin, son of Fundin, emissary and advisor to King Dane, died last night. He has been murdered.
Impossible.
Whoa.
Bold words from an elf.
While this is all going on, can I go steal one of those dragon finger things?
Too.
I've been sitting here waiting for the right time.
Stealing things, you are going to start incurring shadow points.
Burglary is one of my things.
Okay. Yeah, so he has left his shop and he is not really paying attention to things. So that's going to be a stealth roll to try and go rob his booth.
So 11 with a 6 on one of the die, on the one of the D6.
Okay. So you make your way to his booth and you pocket one of these dragon things and you gain 3 shadow points.
Seeing this happening in the background, I still try to...
I don't think you see this happen in the background.
Okay.
No.
Lifston
just like kind of noped off while you were yelling about dwarf stuff.
You're like, Lifston, come help me. I'm like, yeah, I'll be right there.
I offer my deepest condolences, and I inform him that we met the Dwarf Lord not too long. How many days has it been?
You met Balin 3 days ago.
3 days ago. 3 days ago, and he actually informed us to come and see your shop. Would you mind telling us exactly what happened?
As soon as I teach these miners some manners. And he gestures to the other dwarfs who he's,
Elfin men, a little help here. I'm a little too short for this one.
No help? All right.
I'm in the middle of 3 dwarfs.
I believe in you.
I will walk up and try to de-escalate the situation.
All right.
I'll just watch all this happen.
Okay, so the bride is sitting there watching all of this go down.
I give the bride a nudge.
And Caranthir approaches this confrontation in the street, and
I got my spear out.
Oh,
okay. All right. So you're the only one with a weapon drawn at this point, I will say.
I can't, sheathe the spear.
Sure, yeah.
Okay, yes.
So you're approaching, and at
I
this
don't.
point,
I don't have it in a way out.
right.
The point is down,
Okay.
facing the ground, so it's not out. So if I do hit anyone, it's going to be with the blunt end.
All right. So a non-threatening approach with the spear.
Mm.
But yeah, at this point, like the two miners look like
they're dwarves,
Connor
right?
has now had a nice conversation with Thrun, and so like, man, maybe we're all four of us just gonna have a brawl now. So you approach this confrontation, and what are you doing as you approach them in the middle of the street?
Trying to. What do I use to intimidate people?
That would be awe.
Awe. I'm going to try to use awe to just ever so quietly intimidate them. And
okay.
so that.
So, are you just like standing there menacingly, or are you saying something to them?
I'm just going to standing there menacingly.
Okay.
And I'm going to nudge the Hobbit in the trying to say something.
I was thinking actually that you don't want to mess with my friend here. I saw him take down 2 trolls by himself. I'm just going to say he's looking to de-escalate the situation before it gets nasty, gentlemen.
Okay, I got an 11. Is this when I go to spend the hope points, or it's not underlined?
Did you? Is it an 11 on the D12, or is it
no 11 total?
Okay. Yes. So this would be a good time to spend a hope point and add something to that roll.
Where is the hope along? Okay, hope is rating 10. So do I write a -1 in there?
Yep. Keep track of what you spend.
Okay, -1, and then what do I roll?
So you don't roll anything for adding to it. Since you were doing awe, you add the number in the circle next to body at the top of that column.
Number in the circle next to body. I add 6. Okay.
Okay. So you have a 17 now, right?
17 now.
Okay. So you are standing there looking quite fierce, and Trotter here is helping you out by telling these guys that you apparently are
he's being mean Gene right now.
Spinning a whole tail.
Same height.
Okay. And would Trotter like to make a persuade roll?
Absolutely.
To add to this and try and resolve this situation.
No one messes with my Hobbit.
11.
Okay. So between the two of you, the two miners just kind of look back and forth and they're like, it's not worth the trouble. And as they take a step back and they say, this is nonsense. Today we already can't rival the metalwork of our fathers, and at this pace, the secrets of our masters will be lost at the turn of a generation. And all this only for the sake of the gold of the men of Dale. That gold was ours in the first place. And then they storm off through the streets.
Hearing this and knowing that Lifsan is a metalworker, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
I nudge the elf and I say, why don't you go off and figure out what Thrun can do for us? And
Thrun is still here.
Oh, he's still here?
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah, we were in the, correct me if I'm wrong, this was a marketplace. People going, and then when the miners came, they made a big thing, and piles opened, and little Hobbit thing here decided to put himself between people much larger.
Yes, that's exactly what happened.
With muscles the size of your arm, muscles the size of your head.
Muscles the size of my... Oh, thank you.
Pretty much.
I wave over to Lifsan and to see what they were talking about. I'd like to go and talk to the two miners and have him with a little bit of expertise on the situation, being a metalworker and a native.
Okay. So you head off to catch up with the miners as they are storming off, and you do catch them eventually. They're walking with some purpose, but you catch up to them, a block or two away.
Oh, I'm still here. Okay.
Yeah, you're still with you.
I waved to Lifsan.
Is Lifsan going with you?
I went with them.
Okay, great.
So he had a normal stride, and I was running at full sprint.
Yeah. Your short little hobbit legs.
So I called them by respectful title. Excuse me, Dwarven Lords. I was wondering if you could further explain what you were talking about back in the market over there. This is my friend Lifston. He is a metalworker himself and a native to this town. I'm sure we can help you with any problems that you might have.
Well, they look at you and they say, it is old dwarven business. We are the true keepers of our craft, us of the Iron Hills. We make tools and weapons, and we have dedicated our lives to this craft for many, many generations. Our fathers and their fathers before them were the best of tool makers. And here, these upstarts have started using the craft for such trivial things as trinkets. Did you see that dragon thing that he made?
No.
It's insult to everything that our people stand for.
I do understand that, but what I don't understand, you said your craft work was going to waste, and the knowledge of your forefathers, you said, was going to be lost?
Yes, the young ones, they are focusing on this, these trinkets to get gold from the men of Dale, when they should be learning the craft as it should be taught. And we and many like us feel very strongly that this is a waste of potential. This is how things become forgotten and lost for ages.
I nudge the Lifston and say, as a metalworker, you got any insight that can help me out diffuse this situation a little?
Well, I don't have much insight on how to diffuse situations, but
you could roll a craft check to see if you know anything useful about metalworking that might help this.
I was gonna actually just say something.
Oh, go for it.
But you said that the younger generations of dwarves were unwilling to learn this. I would be honored to even learn a small amount of your craft.
All right, roll a persuade.
Oh boy. $18.
Okay. The one dwarf kind of just looks you up and down and says, "We are not in the habit of sharing our craft with men, but you seem to have good intentions. When we return to the Iron Hills, I will speak to Nipping. Have you heard of him? He is truly a great man."
Yes, I have heard of him.
So sure, yes, you have heard of Nipping.
If he's that great of a crafter, sure.
He is Nipping is one of the best dwarven smiths alive.
Yes.
When it comes to ironwork. So he specifically focuses on on tools and weapons and things like that, the very traditional dwarven arts. But he is also very, very old. And he has quite a following because of his age and renown and skill and everything. So he is a well-known name among metal workers. If you get a tool from Nipping, it is going to be the best of tools. And he lives in the Iron Hills.
Yeah. Of course, if you could put in a word with anybody, I'd be more than happy to pass your ways on to the next generation as much as I can, so it doesn't die out.
They nod and they say, "We thank you for your concern, even though you are only a man. We will we'll pass your offer along, and if Nipping decides that this is something that we should pursue, we'll reach out to you."
I would like to take this moment, now that everything has been de-escalated and we've shifted the conversation a bit, to ask them what they knew about the recent murder.
We know nothing about it, but we are very upset about it. We know only what rumors we have heard since we arrived this morning.
What were the rumors? Why I haven't heard anything.
Well, they say that Balin was murdered in his bed last night. There were no, there are no leads as far as who has done this horrible deed, but we deeply mourn his passing.
Would you mind showing me and my friend here where he was staying the night that he was murdered?
Well, I assume at his house, although I do not personally know where he keeps his residence in this town.
Well, I appreciate the information. Thank you, Dwarven Lords.
And say good day to you. And still, they're still very curt and, condescending, but
as dwarves are.
They wish you a good day, and they continue their rather angry walk away through the market square.
As soon as we're out of earshot from everyone, I'm going to say, didn't Balin say something like this? If we hear anything terrible, seek out his friend before we walked in?
Yes, I believe that was the toy maker himself.
Yeah, but he said we're going to hear. I don't remember it directly. It's been a long night.
You think back to exactly what his words were. And you recall in the mists of your memory, as soon as I find it for you.
I hear a voice, a beautiful voice.
That echoes through your memory.
From deep in the fifth age of man.
Yes.
Oh God, he's
what
going
he
crazy.
had said to you at the gate was, you might hear disturbing news soon enough. Seek out my friend Thrun at the toy market when you do.
Got it. Well, I'm sure by now me and Lifstan have returned with the group.
Yes. So in the meantime, we had left Caranthir and the bride back over by Thrun's stall, and Thrun is still, there for the moment. Although with the confrontation de-escalated, he begins rather frustratedly packing up his things from his stall. Is there anything that the two of you would like to do while Potter and Lipstan have been off on their adventure?
Caranthir and who's there? I'm sorry?
Caranthir and the bride.
The bride. I mentioned to Thrun. I mentioned to Thrun, Balin, I let him know that Balin said that we might hear some terrible news and to seek you out.
He looks at you and he gives you this deep look and he nods and he says, I understand what you are saying, but I fear that now is not the time for it. I fear that, you can find me at my shop later, but for now, he points a short distance away, and you see that there is a large raven perched on the edge of a barrel watching you. And,
is it the same raven?
I believe that your attention is wanted elsewhere.
Is it the same raven?
Go ahead and roll an awareness check.
Okay, no problem. I got a total of 16, and I got a 6 on one of the dice.
All right, definitely the same bird.
Definitely the same bird. I casually follow the bird.
Okay. So before you leave the as you are observing this bird,
yes.
And it is observing you, Trotter and Lifstan return from their conversation with the other dwarves. So all of you see this bird.
I fill them in.
Well.
Yeah. It's the same bird. I start to follow. I quickly inform my compatriots, and I start to follow the bird.
Okay. The bird continues doing basically what it did last time. It, will caw at you and then it will hop away, so it makes sure it doesn't lose you. And it leads you through the city and eventually comes to rest at the top of a small building in the northern portion of the Old Quarter. And as you and your companions reach this spot, a small door in the front of the building cracks open, and a hand comes out and beckons you inside. from the shadows.
I say, send the dog in first.
I would like to do an awareness check.
Okay.
I will also do an awareness check. You know,
The thing is, I don't know what he's talking about because he just calls us all dogs.
I have a 12 and 2 5s.
No, I respect dogs.
I clearly respect dogs.
A 12 and 2 5s.
Okay, so
my awareness roll is only an 11.
Okay. So Trotter not only does not see anything amiss about this situation, but you also recognize one of the rings on the hand that is beckoning towards you as a ring that you saw on Balin's hand. And in fact, it does look like a dwarf hand that is beckoning to you, like it is actually Balin's hand.
Okay. So I turn to the group. So mystery solved. I believe that is Balin.
I cover his mouth as soon as I hear him say that.
Okay.
I know enough. Be like, and then I drag him inside.
Okay.
The entire time I am grumbling and mumbling and am
Not-
very unhappy and say that he now owes me 2 drinks.
Okay.
Not out loud. Hobbits, too smart for their own goods.
So the Hobbit is dragged inside, and I assume the rest of you are coming as well?
Yeah.
Why not?
All right. As soon as you are inside, Balin closes the door behind you and says, "Well met again, my friends." And he leads you into a dark antechamber and then down a flight of stairs to a wide underground room furnished with sturdy wooden furniture and lit by beautiful dwarven lamps that fill the room with light but emit no smoke. He gestures about to the various things in the room and he says, "One of the few old structures that remained intact from Dale of old. Only a few dwarves know that this place is here." He gives you a wink. "Please have a seat." And he offers you all a drink and a smoke.
I take out my pipe.
And then he sits down and puts his feet up and he says, "My friends, I have a confession to make. I did not tell you everything when we first met, but I was not sure that I could trust you. It had been a rather unfortunate night, but it was no mere misfortune that befell my friends and I. It seems clear that the ruffians on the road did not attack us to rob us. They were seeking us out with another, darker purpose. Most likely seeking me out personally. This is why I resolved to retreat from public appearances for the time being. And I figure if someone wants me dead, then it is far safer for them to think that I am dead. I wasn't, when you met me, on my way to Esgaroth on an ordinary business trip. I was, in fact, investigating a rumor concerning a secret meeting of conspirators that I was told occurred on the road from Dale to Lake Town. I was surprised when the thugs attacked us. Since I confided my plans only to a few close friends within the Lonely Mountain, I fear that I may have been betrayed. Now, pretending to be dead will give me time to discover who is behind this, and it may indeed make them bolder and draw them from the shadows. But it does severely limit my operations, as I'm sure you can imagine. In Erebor, I have a number of agents I can trust, but here in Dale, I do not have the same resources, and I have not really found someone else up to the task. If you are willing, if you will lend your eyes and ears to me for a while, there are a number of leads I would like to follow, and I will make it worth your while.
Worth our while?
Yes.
I mean, I'm down to hear what he has to say.
He begins explaining, tells you, "You see, several months ago, I began to feel worried there was rising tension in Dale between the Bardings and the dwarves of Erebor. And it started out as small quarrels. I'm sure that you have seen some of them about. We do not always get along so well with men. But what started as small quarrels between counselors and envoys has steadily grown worse since then, to the point that in recent times, at home, the King's Council seems to have an endless list of litigations to address having to do with arguments flaring up between the dwarven craftsmen here and the Dale merchant lords. And many in Erebor have started to openly speak out against the ungrateful and scornful folk of Dale, as they call them. And at first, I thought that these troubles were merely a minor concern, to neighboring kingdoms getting to know each other. However, that all changed several weeks ago. Gundry, a veteran of the Battle of Five Armies, who was a member of the Stone Guard back home in Erebor, got quite deep into his cups one night and was heard by many saying that the time was coming when matters would be set right between the hills and the mountains, and the men would get what was coming to them. Now, I heard these rumors from friends, and I was not sure what to make of them, so I resolved to question Gundry. However, when I summoned him, he failed to show up, and later he was found dead, drowned, fermenting in a keg, in the very midst of Erebor. So I was quite alarmed by this, that these sorts of things do not happen in Erebor. I started a full-fledged investigation, but ever since then I've been grasping at shadows, thwarted at every turn. I was on the river the other night because my agents had intercepted a message that led me to believe that a payment of some sort was going to be passed between a dwarf and some other conspirators, and I could not miss this opportunity to catch them in the act. However, in light of how everything went down, I now suspect that my quarry was onto me, and that the intercepted message was, in fact, merely a trap. A way to get me alone in the woods and take my life so that they could proceed without my hindrance. He kind of looks around at you. Would you like another round of drinks? I know this is rather heavy.
It's a little bit more pipeweed, please. Yes. Would you?
And he gives you all another round of drinks.
Would you mind asking us, or telling us exactly what you'd like us to do?
Yes. Well, I need you to make some discreet inquiries around the town. I want to know who attacked me on the road, and who stands to gain the most from the rising tensions between Dale and Erebor.
I'm going to let him finish talking.
I'd like you to, he basically just says, I would like you to see what you can find out and then report back, and we'll see what we can do from there.
I then ask him about the boat, the Blue Eyes, and a ship with an unusually deep rudder for this river, if he knows anything about that.
I did see the boat on the river the night I was attacked, but I do not recognize it. I have not seen it before.
Do you know anyone here who would in this town?
Well, there are docks. Perhaps the dockmaster would know something of it if it was.
I turn to the bride and I ask her, did we find tracks from the battle to where the ship was pulled up on shore?
I forgot.
Yes, you did.
Okay, yes.
I need someone who isn't me to go and do that. I've already asked one too many.
I don't think anybody would look twice at a hobbit asking around very innocent questions.
Try not to get lost in the food stalls.
I'd get lost in a keg before I do that.
And Balin does also, say, it may yet be worth talking to Thrun. He may know more as well. He may have tales yet to tell.
Can we trust him? Can we trust him?
Thrun, absolutely. He is one of my dearest friends.
And yet you haven't told him you're alive.
I haven't had the chance.
Okay.
Do you want us to tell him?
I would take that as a kindness. I'm sure it would put him at ease.
Will he keep his words to himself?
As long as he's not too deep in his cup.
How deeply does he get in his cup? And how often?
Not very often. It should be fine.
I turn to the group. Well, I'm going to go to the docks and pretend to buy a boat. If anybody would like to join me, I would prefer somebody who's not going to get too hot-headed and ask too many questions.
I'll come.
And then, Lifstan, I think you might have an appointment with those dwarves after all to see if they know anything.
Sure, I'll go ask around, see if they know anything.
Okay.
And then, I guess, Caranther, I believe you're the one with the most rapport with Thrun. If you'd like to go and talk to him more.
I will go and talk to him more.
Okay. So you all part ways to go try and investigate this on various different fronts. And I'm going to start with Lifstan because Lifstan tries to track down these dwarves from the Iron Hills who he had spoken to earlier. And upon a quick inquiry, is told by some of the guards at the gate that they have left town. They are not available. However, Caranther is still, fairly close by on his way to Thrun's toy shop if you would like to join Caranther.
Yeah, I guess I'll join him.
All right. So the two of you make your way to Thrun's toy shop. And his workshop is on the ground floor of a building on a street called Anvil Way, which is populated by a whole bunch of dwarven crafters. It's a wide street filled with many shops that have intricate mechanisms and many toys. And as you enter the shop, you hear wheels and gears whirring and clicking on all of the various different contraptions that he has built. His workbench is lined with rows and rows of calipers and strange-looking pliers and a multitude of hammers in all sizes. And he's got drawings pinned all over the walls of what he's planning on building. Think like Leonardo da Vinci style, drawings and specs all over his walls. And on the table lies what looks like the beginnings of a magnificent toy dragon wrought from gold and silver. As you arrive, he looks up from the workbench and, clicks aside a series of lenses that he was using to look at what he was working on.
Don't steal it.
And he sets it
I'll try
aside.
not to.
And he goes, welcome. So you came to visit after all. I hope I haven't discomforted you too much with everything that went on earlier today.
No, we're just here ask a few questions about maybe what's been going on between dwarfs and the humans.
Yes, please. He shoves aside some papers from a chair. Please have a seat. Your companions were quite helpful earlier today, and I do very much appreciate you stopping by. And I think I owe you some explanation of the behavior of my kinsmen earlier. You see, it's not my intention to provide an excuse for their aggression, but I think that there is perhaps more going on here than a simple grudge. And I suspect that you feel that way as well. Am I correct?
Yeah. I also am human and don't want to wake up with a knife in my throat.
I likewise do not want to wake up with a knife in my throat. But yes, in recent years, the dwarves from the Iron Hill have, I believe, watched the rising of the kingdom of Erebor with mixed feelings. It's something that's been going on for a while and troubles me deeply because they are in fact our kinsmen, distantly, but nonetheless they are kin. And where people like myself have found an opportunity to develop our craft beyond even the wildest dreams of our ancestors, um, others pity our ambition and consider our work to be just meaningless trifles, not befitting of the cunning of our kind. And it's understandable that those two lads from the Iron Hills find anger at seeing jewelers and toy makers encounter such success as we have had here in Dale, while they have focused on the core of the craft and have struggled to, you know, struggled to have it appreciated by others outside. So I understand their anger, but of course, this is nonsense. There's a wide world outside our minds and our strongholds, and there will always be a need for good tools like hammers and pickaxes. And several of my best tools come from Nipping's Forge. It's really all quite ridiculous.
Well, maybe to play devil's advocate here, but have you learned how to make tools such as that?
Oh, I cannot hold a finger to the type of tools that Nipping makes, but he is many years my senior and has had far more experience crafting things.
Of course, but if these arts are lost because we're just making trinkets here, maybe that's why they're upset.
And I understand, but he taps one of the little dragons that he's been making, and it goes skittering around. Our ancestors would never even have dreamed that such things were possible.
Of course, these are great creations, but I feel they believe that you're losing your way and not learning how to make the tools needed to make these creations.
Yes, but some of us must make tools, but that does not mean that others of us cannot make art.
But how many people have learned to make these tools? That is their concern.
And I understand their concerns, but to begrudge us the wonders that we can make would be to prevent us from ever moving forward, would be to keep us stuck in the past.
Of course. But that's not really why I'm here. With the issues between the two, have you heard maybe anything, from like any other merchants, maybe attacks or something?
I have not heard anything in particular, but things have been difficult lately. Nipping has made several addresses to some of the other dwarves recently, and organized he organized a public demonstration some time ago, criticizing the work of the smiths from Erebor. It's really it's gotten quite rough. It's very rude. He got people together in the street to tell us that we were doing our craft wrong. I do not know much of what has happened around here immediately, but the tensions have been increasingly problematic.
Do you think maybe he would try to go against Balin?
I mean, it's I would hate to think such a thing of my kinsmen, but these are dark and troubling times, and clearly things have gone too far. Who can say? But Nipping is an old man.
And a powerful one at that. He probably, if he were to be the one to do this, he would most likely send someone, not get his own hands dirty.
That he would. He does have many friends. In fact,
can I insight check him?
Sure.
See, like, if he's like on the up and up about all this.
Yep.
$12 with a 6 on one of the d6.
Okay, great. So yeah, he seems to be. Thrun is not perhaps the best informed, but he seems to be very good intentioned and trying to tell you as much as he can that would be relevant to you guys.
Okay.
You get kind of the feeling that he kind of like hyper focuses on his tinkering.
Yeah,
and yeah,
the conversation kept going back to that.
Yep. So tell me, what can I do to help?
If you hear anything, and you come find us, let us know.
That I can do. And I think I have something that will also help with that.
Cool.
And he goes into the back. He comes back with a small box. And he hands it to Lifston. He says, this small mechanical friend of mine is a capable flyer. If you let it go anywhere in this town or its vicinity, it will fly straight back here, and then will return to the precise spot from where you let it go if I rewind it and send it out again. You open the box, there's a small metal bird inside. And Thrun continues, this way you could deliver a message to me, writing it on a small piece of parchment, tying it to the bird, and I could make sure a recipient was to receive it, or you could tell anyone who you want to receive messages to check by regularly, and I can keep messages for anyone who you need to send word to.
Of
I'm
course.
very good at keeping
Thank
secrets, he assures you.
I believe you. Have a good day. I leave to go meet up with the rest of my group.
All right. Before you guys leave, is there anything that Caranther wants to add to this conversation, or are you good?
Oh, I've been there the entire time?
Yes.
I thought we were talking to the miners, not Thrun.
Apologies. Yes, that was Thrun that you were talking to.
Yeah. No, I think let me just go over everything I heard because I was preparing what I wanted to ask Thrun. I'm sorry.
It's all good.
Yeah. So no, they just covered everything. His website is just give me a quick TLDR. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no problem. So basically there have been rising tensions between the dwarves in the Iron Hills, who think that the craftsmanship of the Erebor dwarves is being wasted. He talked some more about nipping, and how nipping is very strongly of the opinion that all of this is, wrong and bad, and dwarves should not be making toys.
Who is nipping again?
Nipping is the very old, very skilled weapons and toolsmith.
Okay, and these dwarves had migrated from the Iron Mountains or Blue Mountains?
So Nipping lives in the Iron Hills.
Okay, Iron Hills, yeah.
The miners who you met earlier are also from the Iron Hills. And then Thrun and Balin are from Erebor.
Okay. Okay.
So you have the two dwarven settlements that are kind of at odds with each other. And a lot of the issue is that the Iron Hills dwarves think that the Erebor dwarves are just making things to impress the men of Dale. And the Iron Hills dwarves in particular look down on men.
Okay.
So
I asked Thrun the same thing about. Did I ask him about the boat already?
You have not asked him about the boat.
I want to ask him about the boat. Said, okay. And was I able to know that it was men on the boat and not dwarves? Okay.
Yes.
Men. Okay. I asked him about that, and I let him know that we told him Balin was alive.
You have not told him that yet.
Okay. I'm going to tell him Balin is alive.
All right. He looks at you and glances furtively around his workshop and nods in understanding and says, "We'd best let him stay safely dead for now. But I will help in what way I can.
He was attacked. Was it last night or the night before? He was attacked. Insert time period.
So it was on the road 3 days ago when you met him.
He was attacked on the road 3 days ago.
Yes, I heard tell of it from Balin before the recent tragedy.
We tracked it to a boat that was unseen in this part. It was painted with blue eyes. The rudder was deep, as if it was not built for these waters, but must have been brought here.
I know little of boats, but perhaps you will learn something down at the docks.
Mm. Thank you. Is there
Be well, my friend.
any other guidance you may give us?
I am afraid that is all I know for now. But if you need anything, your friend has a marvelous contraption. You can send messages to me, and I can return a message to the exact place from which it was sent.
Yes. What was that thing again?
What was that?
I'm sorry. I was looking up character rules as you were talking.
It's okay. So Thrun gave Lifston a mechanical bird.
Okay, gotcha.
So the bird can take a message to the shop, and then Thrun can have it delivered somewhere if it's for somebody else. And he can also send a response, but the response will always go to the exact spot that you originally sent the bird from.
So it's Clash of the Titans. Okay, gotcha. Sorry to make you repeat. Let's go.
It's all good. So with all of that resolved, Thrun wishes both of you the best of luck and tells you not to hesitate if there's anything further he can do. Meanwhile, we have Trotter and the bride on their way to the docks. So you make your way through the city, and the docks are busy from dawn to dusk, and there are boats of many shapes and sizes moored to the various landings. At first sight, no craft seems to correspond perfectly to the one you remember seeing on the road. However, there are many people bustling around here, and there's also a small building near the docks that appears to have a bunch of people going in and out.
Well, I start headed towards the building.
Okay.
I'd like to go inside if we're allowed to get in.
Yep. So it is, as you approach, you realize that it is basically the harbor master's office.
Perfect.
You step inside and you see a stout, dark bearded fellow sitting behind a desk. He's got a bunch of ledger books out in front of him, and he's furiously taking notes. And he doesn't even look up as you walk in.
What's his race?
He is human.
Well, I walk in and greet him. Good evening. Is it evening? Morning. Good morning, Harbor Master.
He just kind of, yeah.
I was looking to purchase a boat.
Okay.
So that gets his attention.
I'm not in the business of selling boats, but perhaps someone out there has one for sale. I merely keep track of everything that comes and goes, and the cargo, and all of that. It's a great deal of work.
I could imagine, absolutely. Harbor Master, I see you have a lot of ledgers in front of you. I'll take it that money is a great interest to you.
Oh, well, I have to keep track of all the boats.
Yes, I understand that. Now, what would you say if I were to pay you for your discretion?
Roll courtesy.
Ooh. $19.
Okay. He looks up and he's kind of, puts his pen down, says, "You have my attention."
You see, I have an inquiry on a boat that I saw. Nothing really major. We saw it on a trip heading down away from the village. It just, the art design on it was amazing, and I wanted to know who possibly could have drawn it on. It was a simple boat with a large rudder, a little large for the river, and it had two blue eyes on it. I was wondering if you know anything about that.
Okay. You describe the boat in as much detail as you can, and he does say, as you begin talking about it, he says, "Oh, that's a fairly typical type of boat to see on the river. It's Darwinian in make. It's generally made for navigating marshes. They're fast little boats, but they can't carry very much weight. Um, I do believe I saw one recently with a particularly large rudder, like you're describing, though. Um, Now that you ask, I did think it was a bit peculiar. Um, the uh, the crew met with two men who I'd take to be servants of a barding noble of some sort.
And these were the people on the boat. Were they natives to here or just around here, you would say?
Well, it wasn't anybody I knew personally, and it was too dark to see very well.
So they ported at night?
Yes, they did. They came in the evening.
Well, do you know which evening this was, if you don't mind my asking? And I put a little bit more coins on the table.
He goes and he checks through his ledger books. He says, "Well, it seems that they were docked here for about 3 days. But I believe the night that I saw them was it would have been like the night before all of this happened.
4 days ago.
Yes, 4 days ago.
That would be the day before.
So it would have been the night before the attack that you guys saw.
Well, thank you very much, Harbor Master. Do you, by any chance, have any more information about this? You said that you had two servants that may be from a noble. Do you know which nobles would be interested in seafaring vessels or river-faring vessels?
Well, any noble worth their salt is going to have some access to boats. So there wouldn't be,
Of course.
Yes, it wouldn't be proper otherwise. They have to have those connections. But unfortunately, it was pretty dark when this meeting took place. But I will tell you this: he looks at the coin on the desk. He's like, "Perhaps if you could jog my memory a bit more."
Of course, yes. I lose things all the time as well. Memory's hard to keep by. I put a few more coins on the table.
I will say that when those two servants walked by the office on their way out, I did catch a bit of sight of them in the lantern light from my window. And they were wearing cloaks, so I couldn't quite make out the livery, but it was definitely red.
Is that the house color for any noble that you know of?
Well, there are certainly a couple around here who use red livery. Perhaps if you inquired further, I believe perhaps the folks at the inn might have better answers for you on that.
Well, I do appreciate your time, and of course, I put just a few more coins on there. Your discretion stays between us.
He nods and he says, "And as a thank you for your appreciation of my record keeping, I will say that there is a Dorwinian encampment on the edge of Dale. If you wish to know more about this boat that you seek."
Why, thank you very much, Harbor Master. I'll let you get back to your books.
Good day to you.
Good day.
And after you have made your inquiries, since that was all you had planned as far as your inquiries, I'm going to say that you guys probably all reconvene back at the missing scale to discuss what you have learned and where you would like to go from here.
Okay. Does anybody really need a recap, or can we just say that we traded notes, as it were?
I think we're fine.
Okay.
I'm good.
I think we're fine.
Awesome.
So you meet up, you get a good lunch, you share the news. And where would you guys like to go from here?
As a native, would I know of any noble houses that use red?
Kind
of match like what he said.
Why don't you go ahead and roll? Let me see what I'm going to have you roll for this. Go ahead and roll lore, because lore kind of deals with what you know of things in general.
11 on the 12.
12? Okay.
No, on the 12-sided die, I got 11.
Oh, you have an 11 on the 12-sided die? Okay. So you have a couple drinks with lunch. And you're like, yeah, man, like there's nobles, they wear red sometimes. It's cool. There's a bunch of them.
I ask if they can use that little contraption, perhaps, to go ask Thrun. Since he's a prominent toy maker, it would seem, and he does probably deal with a lot of nobles' children, if he would know.
Okay.
So write him a letter.
Send the bird off to go send a message to Thrun. And it will take a little bit of time for the bird to return.
How many people are in the inn right now?
It's midday, so it's not super busy, but there's a handful of people around.
Okay. I walk over to the barkeep.
Okay.
And how do I put this? I straight up ask him if he knows any of the nobles that wear red cloaks or have red lined clothing, because I am very interested in perhaps buying one of their cloaks off them.
He looks at you and says, well, I doubt any of the nobles would be willing to sell you something of their own livery, but perhaps you could find their tailor and get something from them. There are a few. There's 3 prominent nobles around town that favor the color red. The first is Bernie, the Lord of Strandberg. And he is he's from the northern Dalelands, and he comes to town from time to time to pick up fancy trinkets. I believe he may still be around from the toy market. And then there's Gunvar. He's the Lord of Ashbrook, and he makes it a tradition to be here for the toy market. He lives about an hour's ride by fast horse outside of Dale. He has a nice estate. And then there's Thane Oscar, who was in Lake Town when it was attacked by smog, and he was badly burned, and he's well known. He does not like dwarves. He blames their greed for many things that have gone wrong recently.
Thank you very much. And these, the tailor you said, where might we find him?
In the marketplace.
In the marketplace. Thank you very much. And one more round for me and my friends.
Absolutely. He gets you another round.
Perfect. I inform everybody in the group what I just learned.
Okay, and your bird returns shortly after with a message back from Thrun, basically saying that Thrun doesn't really know much about the human nobles except for Thane Oscar, and then he has some very choice words about Thane Oscar, because this guy apparently has said horrible things about dwarves. You get like a page-long like complaint about how this guy is an ass.
There's a college paper on why he doesn't like him.
Yeah, yeah.
Double spaced.
You get the list of grudges that he has against Thane Oscar.
It's single space size 12 font and it's a full page.
Size 12, it's size 10.
I turned to Caranthir and my friend, so I've heard that dwarves and elves don't really get along very much. Could you perhaps work a little bit of that anti-dwarf magic on Mr. Thane Osgar to get him talking?
Not a problem.
You do a quick ask around, and you are able to find directions to where Thane Oscar is staying in Dale for the time being. He has a small house, a small but fancy house, in one of the nicer districts.
And a question: did I learn the exact the direction of the encampment?
For who?
The Drowinian?
The Dorwinians?
Dorwinian.
He gave you directions to where it is. It's well enough known around town that you're kind of able to ask for directions, and people be like, "Oh yeah, it's keep going that way," you know.
Would that be close to where Gunvar of Ashbrook is? Because he's right outside of Dale, right?
No. So the Dorwinian camp is actually in Dale. It's a trading camp within the town.
Okay.
The manor for Gunvar is an hour's ride by fast horse, which you do not have, by the way.
Well, Lifston, if you are not so drunk anymore, do you know of any stables around town?
Lifston thinks upon this. The answer is none that would readily provide you a horse at present.
I relay that information drunkenly.
I mean, how big is my dog?
I was actually about to ask how fast the dog is.
So the Hobbit could probably ride the dog, but nobody else can. And you're not sure that the dog is going to tolerate the Hobbit riding it.
So the dog, like the dwarf, doesn't like the Hobbit.
I mean, the dog doesn't like being used as a riding animal.
Steed.
What do you mean? We strapped a body to him before.
Yeah, but that was like luggage.
If it's dead, it's fine.
Okay, so just kill me and send me over.
Pretty much,
Solve
yeah.
the issue.
Well, I guess we can find the one still in Dale. What was it? Bernie.
Yes.
Lord of Strandberg. And talk to him.
Yep. So Bernie, Lord of Strandberg, and Thane Oscar are both still in Dale. And then you have the Dorwinian encampment that you can visit as well.
I mean, I'm down to go visit. Yeah, I'm down to go visit. Actually, I'm down to visit the encampment. I think that would be better because I'm not sure how many lords would talk to a hobbit.
Okay, so we're going to send the Hobbit to the Dorwinian encampment. And I think we said we were going to send Caranthier to see Thane Oscar.
And Thane Oscar just hates the dwarves.
Oh yeah, he hates the dwarves. Dwarves are the cause of everything wrong in this world.
It is true.
What about the rest of you? Where do you guys want to go at this point?
I would appreciate someone to come with me.
Then I'll come. Why not?
Okay.
Then I'll go with Trotter.
All right.
As not to split the party up that much.
All right. Sounds good. So Trotter and Lifston make their way through Dale. And you come across, as you are approaching, the first thing you see are the brightly colored silk tents that you can see over the roofs of some of the houses. This encampment is set up to be kind of a long-term trading encampment. So a lot of merchants have been staying here, living in their tents for, weeks or months at a time as they are like a business connection, doing business up and down the river. And as you approach, you are, you ask around as far as, like, who do we talk to? And you are directed to a particularly brightly colored blue tent. And you are told that you should go talk to Khatun, that she is the matriarch of this community, and that if there is anything you need, that she's the one to ask. She would be the one to help you or not.
Okay. Well, I'm down to go into the tent. I'm not sure if there's a tradition before going into a tent. There's really nowhere place to knock or anything.
Would you like to roll courtesy?
Yes, I would.
Do we see the blue eye symbol anywhere?
No.
The tent's blue.
Yeah.
Ooh, I've got 5, but I've got 2 6s and a 2, so 12, 14, 19.
Okay. As it turns out, Trotter has dealt with Dorwinians before. You've met them on the road.
Oh yes, how could I forget?
Yes, that time,
Years ago.
once upon a time when you had that wild night of drinking with some Dorwinians you met on the road.
That's why you
now I remember. Okay.
You know that there's like a wooden frame around the door. You can knock on the wooden frame. And it is polite to announce yourself by name as well. And if you are invited inside, that you should take off your shoes.
Okay. So I walk up to the tent. I ask Lifston to follow my lead.
I follow his lead.
All right.
I tell him I'm going to knock here, and once I do, I will announce myself, and you should announce yourself. And if we're invited in, take off your shoes before we go in.
Okay.
I knock on it. I say, "Hello, my name is Trotter. I am a traveling hobbit, and this is my traveling companion.
Lifston, son of Lechner.
And we are inquiring about entry to your tent for a chat."
A moment later, the door is pulled back, and you see a woman who looks to be in about her 30s. So she is older for Middle Earth, and she looks at the two of you cautiously and says, "What is this about?"
Well, my lady, we have an inquiry about some troubles going on in the town, and we were looking maybe to alleviate the situation.
Every time there's trouble in town, somebody decides that it's our fault because we are from far away. Why are you at my door bringing troubles to me?
Oh, we don't mean any trouble, ma'am. We are simply looking to see if you know anything that could enlighten us that certain other parties are withholding.
So you think that we're involved in something?
I merely think, madame, that you are more knowledgeable or willing to give more information than the parties that are involved.
Okay, why don't you roll a persuade?
Okay. Ah, 19.
Okay. So she thinks about this a moment and says, "Well, you are only a hobbit. I suppose you can't be that much trouble."
Well,
she does not invite you inside, but she does say, "What can I do for you?"
Why, thank you. So, word throughout town is that there have been a problem between the dwarves and the men. And things seem to be escalating a little bit, even to the point of attempted and then successful murder.
Yes, I've heard the rumors.
Have you or your men seen or heard anything that might dictate who is behind certain actions?
Oh, we stay out of local politics. We are here to do business, and that is it.
And if you don't mind my asking, what business would that be?
Our people are known for making the finest of wines.
Finest of wines, you say? So you have a lot of noble, high-ranking nobles that you service?
We supply the nobles. We supply the elves. Yes, the elves, in fact, even admire our wines.
Do they? How many elves are there in town?
Not very many, but there was one through a few days ago to pick up a shipment.
A few days ago? So the elves use the river a lot, then?
From time to time, they will meet us here, and we will provide them with their wine, and then we go our separate ways.
Okay, so you guys are also down by the harbor often.
Yes, of course. We do a lot of the shipping. Yeah, we ship the wine here and then sell from here.
Okay. So just something I heard. I was looking to buy a boat down at the docks earlier, and 4 days ago there was a noble with a red cloak, or a nobleman's servants with red cloaks that I believe, talked with your men.
Oh well, I mean, I don't really know who that would be. We're kind of a diverse community here. It's not like I see to all the business sides of things, but they don't like work for me personally.
Oh, okay. But I was just wondering if you'd have any uh, knowledge of or a ledger or anything that you would know who that was. I was very interested in buying off one of the red cloaks off of these with these lords. It's
I'm
kind of
afraid I can't help you there. I mean, there's many boats that we use. You know, I wouldn't even know where to start.
Of course. Are you yourself down by the docks frequent?
From time to time.
Uh, well then, actually, I have another inquiry about a certain boat and a symbol on it. I wanted to know who was the painter because I would like to get a nice little fancy little doodle on my boat as well. This one
Quite
happened
the
to be.
aficionado of art, aren't you?
Yes, yes, very, very interested in the arts, as it were. But there was a two blue eyes painted on the side of a boat with a very large rudder. It was unusual for the river it's on. Do you know?
Yes, I know that boat, and it has been nothing but trouble.
Oh, how so?
Well, it was reported stolen a few days ago from its true owner. And then yesterday, it was located round a bend in the river with a hole smashed in the hull. Someone clearly tried to sink it and hide it in the shallow marshes.
Hmm. Who is it stolen from, if you don't mind my asking?
There is a Dorwinian trader who has made his permanent home here. His name is Guion, and he had bought it for his son. He was working quite hard to give it to his son as a birthday gift, and then it got stolen, and then it was found sunk, and I have heard no end of this story from Guion. He will not stop talking about it. He's just going on and on about this boat.
Well, I think that we may be able to help out one of your people, as in, can you locate and point us in the direction of Guion, so we may put in a further line of inquiry and perhaps find out who stole it.
If you can get him off my back about, tracking down who did this, I would very much appreciate it.
Oh,
And she gives you directions. She explains that he is a dealer of musical instruments. He has a shop in town, and she tells you how to find his shop.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much. Livston, did you have anything to add?
No, that was pretty much covering everything.
Okay. Meanwhile, Caranthier and the bride are headed to visit Thane Oscar. And without too much difficulty, you find the house that he is staying at in Dale. And as you approach the door, there is a retainer outside in red livery. And it's red livery with some wavy, like, white lines across it.
I wish to speak to Thane Oscar. It was Thane Oscar?
Yes.
Thane Oscar.
The guard kind of looks you up and down and says, "And you are?"
Caranthier of Mirkwood. I believe we have a dwarf problem.
Okay. Very
You think about the dwarf issue plaguing our city.
Go ahead and roll persuade. And add an extra d6 to that roll.
Elves, let's see. Elves are straightforward.
Yeah, well.
And the enmity of elves and dwarves is well known.
Yes, it is.
Wait. Oh, I actually don't. And add an extra what to it? D6?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I got a 12 on the D12, and I got a 1 on the D6.
Okay.
12.
So this retainer just kind of nods solidly. He's like, "We have a dwarf problem." And just come right in. And you are shown into a parlor, as is the bride. And a few minutes later, an older man comes into the room, and you can see he has, horrible burn scars from where he survived Smog's attack. And he walks in and he sits down heavily.
I think it all makes sense now, and things make sense.
And he looks at you and he's like, "I hear you're here to talk about our dwarf problem.
I am.
What can I do for you?"
They brought the dragon here.
That they did.
I was here before they were. And the greatest thing was when that dragon slept on the horde and drove them out. He slept for centuries. He slept for decades. Then he came back. Many men and elves were killed for dwarven gold. And now they come back from the cold north and they act like they have never left, like this is their land.
Indeed, it's a terrible thing. So tell me, friend, do you have a course of action in mind? Or are you merely here to share your sorrows?
I am here to share my sorrows and offer my services as needed. I've heard of Balin, and while I find that admirable, his death was rather overt and going to cause problems. It is best the dwarves be driven out slowly, repeatedly, silently. Make it so that they crawl back to the mountain and only come out when we want them to.
Jeez.
They can send out their goods. And that is it. Trade between Dell and Mirkwood should dominate this region.
Okay. He looks at you, he just nods very solemnly. He's like, "I like where you're going with this. How do you propose we start?"
I am merely a warrior, but from what I have seen, I feel that there are already things afoot.
I have felt that way as well, though I do not know who is behind the recent untimely death of Lord Balin or much of the other oddities that have been going on.
I heard rumors from a traveler of a boat with blue eyes and a deep rudder that they might have something to do with this. That is all I know.
I know nothing of boats. Well, not that boat, at least.
What if? I'm sorry, this is out of character. Okay. Was that camp that the Hobbit's going to? We heard that they didn't like dwarves that much either.
They don't particularly have a problem with dwarves, no.
Okay. I'm thinking. I'm drawing a blank.
Yeah. Is there anything that the bride wants to jump in with on this, since you're there too?
I don't know. I'll just sort of sit, pet my dog, and just watch.
Okay. Perhaps with your gold and knowledge, for you have greater reach than I, we can make contact with the individuals behind this righteous revenge.
Indeed, I would be very interested in this. What do you need? How much gold do you need?
It is more information and resources. I assume a man of your town, a man of your well-being, has his fingers in many places. This is a new city. It was abandoned for years. Surely you know who or whom would be best to start to talk to.
Well, I do not make my home here. I still live in Lake Town, and well, what's left of it. But yes, I would be, as much as I would be glad to see the dwarves crawl back to their mountain and stay there. I would be disinclined to do anything dishonorable to make that happen. I am not I'm not opposed to finding information and perhaps leveraging it to our advantage. But
You
I
would
would
not be doing anything. You would not be doing anything. You are merely passing information to a friend, maybe perhaps making introductions as needed.
That is those are certainly things that I could do, but I would not even know where to start.
Then I merely would ask some funds so that the correct people may be convinced of
I will tell you what, friend elf. Why don't you begin your inquiries? And like I said, I am very concerned. I would not want to do anything that would reflect poorly upon my honor. So, if you find someone who can discreetly inquire and be a source, I am glad to grease those wheels. But I must know who it is in advance. I must not merely be funding shadows that are doing who knows what at my bidding.
But do you not wish for plausible deniability?
An honorable man needs no such thing.
Honorable men also often die in early graves. Your lives are short. No need to make it shorter.
I have lived a long life already, and my principles have served
I snicker
me well.
at that.
My
Thank you.
principles have yet to fail me.
Thank you.
He nods.
I turn to the bride.
I just am like, okay.
He thanks you for your visit and expresses that he hopes that you continue to be in touch should you find anything that would be of interest to him.
All right, then we leave.
Okay. And we'll jump back over to Lifston and Trotter, who I believe are on their way to Guion's shop.
Yes. It is.
So the directions, you're able to find it pretty easily. It's in the residential quarter, and the front of the shop is open because it's daytime, so you're able to just walk right in. He sells musical instruments, and he is behind the counter.
Okay, I introduce myself as per his customs. Even though we're not in a tent, I still introduce myself by name. Hello, good sir. I believe you are Guion?
Yes, I am Guion.
My name is Trotter, and this is my traveling companion, Lifston. We have some inquiry about a boat that was stolen from you. We are interested in catching the crook.
Yes.
So, is it back in your possession now? I heard that you found it washed up with a hole in the side.
Yes, I had some men drag it back out of the river and drag it back.
Okay. When exactly was this boat stolen from you, if you don't mind my asking?
So the boat was stolen. He sits there and he counts about four days ago.
It's a very recurring day there. And the eyes on it, was that your design? Was that for your son?
Oh yes.
Okay.
It's for his birthday. It's a tradition among our people. We put eyes on the boat so that it will watch over those who travel with it.
That is very nice. And that was found yesterday with the hole inside of it, yes?
Yes.
Would you mind at all if we took a look at the boat?
Oh, please come take a look. It was a beautiful boat. It's unfortunately in quite a bit of disrepair. This is terrible. I don't know what I'm going to do for my son's birthday now.
I'm sure with your craftsmanship skills that you'll be able to make it nice and new for your son.
Well, I lack the same confidence. It is, come see. And he shows you into the back of the shop, where he has a little bit of like warehouse space, and he has this boat, up on a rack in the back, and you can see that it's covered in streaks of mud where it's been dragged back from the river, and there is a very large hole, very deliberately in the bottom of the boat.
Got it. So I don't mean to alarm you, but I did see this very same boat 3 days ago on the river heading away from town.
It must have been in the possession of the thieves. Did you see who was piloting it?
There was 8 oarsmen, and that's they seem to be natives around here, and that's about all I could make out.
Well, that is very troubling indeed.
So do you know of any lord that may have been interested in your boat?
Well, I can't imagine why a lord would be interested in such a small boat as mine. It's nothing fancy aside from the rudder. It's special design so that you can hunt marsh birds.
Do I know what a marsh bird is off the top of my head?
Marsh bird.
Bird.
Oh.
Wherever you are in Long Island, just head south.
It's made to it was designed to hunt, so basically just navigate the marshes a lot easier.
Yes, it has superior mobility, so you can hunt more effectively.
Thank you very much. So would there be any point for me rolling a search on the boat to see if I can find anything obscure?
So I'm not gonna make you roll, but you do inquire if you can search the boat. He tells you, absolutely you can. And however, so you search the boat, you don't find anything of note besides the giant hole in the bottom. But as you are searching, he does tell you, we already checked for clues, and the only thing of note that we found was this. And he hands you an envelope.
Is there a letter inside?
There is, and it has already been opened and read. You pull the letter out, and the letter reads, "The passage is almost complete. Make sure that your men are prepared." And you should roll a lore check as you look at that letter.
I show it to Lifstan as well.
Okay, Lifstan can also make a lore check.
All right.
I was afraid mine wasn't going to be. I had rolled a 6 with another 6.
Okay.
I rolled an 8.
Okay. So Trotter, looking at this note, suspects that there is something noteworthy about the handwriting, but can't quite make it out. Would you like to spend a hope point?
Yes, I would.
Okay. So you spend your hope point, and as you look at this more closely, it dawns upon you.
Squint harder.
Yes, you squint harder. It dawns upon you that this handwriting, the way it's written, it looks like it was written by a dwarf. There's a particular style if somebody's used to writing in dwarvish runes, and then they try and write in the common tongues. There's a particular slant to the handwriting, and upon a close examination, you're actually pretty certain that this note was written by a dwarf.
I lean in to Lifstan and try to say it discreetly, not to alarm the shopkeep with my information, not to start any more drama that's going on.
Can I compare it to the note we got from Theron? I think his name was the toy maker.
Sorry, you pull out the note from Thrun, and it's clearly not the same handwriting, but it does have like the same stylistic things that you were looking at.
Definitely dwarfish.
Yes, definitely written by a dwarf.
Would you mind if we held on to this letter? Just perhaps maybe it helps us in our search, and of course we'll come back with any more information that we may find.
Absolutely, I have no use of it.
I do appreciate that. Is there anything else you could think of asking Lifson?
Nothing I can think of.
Well, I appreciate your time. We're going to take our leave now, and once again, we'll get back to you if we find the culprit or just find any more useful information for yourself. Good luck.
Absolutely. I
with
would
the
like to
repairs.
see this person brought to justice.
So would I. Lifson, do you still have that little bird thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Give him the bird.
So I'm going to write a letter and attach the letter that we just got to the bird, both letters, that is, and see if Thrun can recognize the handwriting since he knows the dwarves around here.
Okay.
Good plan.
So you send the bird off, and the bird returns. About half an hour later. And Thrun's note in response says, "I do not recognize this handwriting. However, perhaps it is time that you all had a word with Balin and see if there is anything further that he can add to this inquiry at this time."
Okay, well, if it's all right with Lifson, I'd like to go back to Balin and get more of that nice pipe weed.
Okay, but what about information?
Yes, no,
priorities.
We have to eat. We have to smoke, and while we're smoking, we can talk. So the bird can only go to Thrun?
The bird only goes to Thrun's shop, and then it will return to wherever you sent it from.
Got it.
So presumably you lingered around for long enough for the bird to come back to you.
Yeah, we were smoking. Lifson, do you want to meet back up with the group, or would you like to just go back ourselves?
Meet back up with the group so we can get all the information we got together.
Okay. So we head back to the inn then. Take it that's our home base.
Yep. So you head back to the inn. You meet up with Caranthier and the bride returning from talking to Thane Oscar.
Okay.
He knows nothing.
Yes, but now we have a bank to work with.
We have a bank to work with, but I expected the human to be more violent, especially after seeing the scars suffered at the dragon. His hate seems to be more of a professional one, but he does not seem like he wishes to sully his own hands. Even when I offered him a way to do so without blame.
Interesting. Well, I mean, we know it's a dwarf, whoever wrote the letter, and I would like to find out what passage they're talking about in the swamp. But we need a similar boat to the one we saw. Shall we all head to Baylorn and check in?
Is there a boat for sale? Or rent?
We could find that out. Our Baylor is where Baylor is, and the dock close, relatively.
It doesn't really matter, but sure. You can around the town, so like distances are somewhat irrelevant.
I figured one of us could go buy a boat while the others meet up with Baylor.
Okay.
Can any of us drive a boat?
I probably can't.
I should be able to. I mean, the river folk are pretty close to the Hobbiton doesn't actually say where I'm from, so I could just be a river folk.
You could be a river folk.
I'm in the Shire. Yeah, I could be in the river folk. So yeah, I can drive a boat.
Assures you that he can drive a boat.
Yeah, absolutely. I need a few drinks before I do, but absolutely.
Hold up.
I need a few drinks before I'm getting on a boat with you.
So, who would like to go and purchase one? I can if everyone else wants to go, but I would much prefer to go smoke and drink.
I'll go and get a boat.
appreciate that. So we head to Baylorn's, and Caranther goes to get the boat.
All right. So I'm going to do Caranther first, and then actually, you know what? I'm going to do Caranther second.
Aye, Captain.
So the rest of you make your way to Balin's hideout, where once again you are beckoned inside quite quickly. Balin says, my dear friends, it's good to see you again. Come inside. Let me get you a drink and a smoke.
Glad to hear.
And he shows you inside, gives you a chair, and says, so, what have you learned?
I immediately hand him the letter.
All right, he looks at the letter. He says, I do not know what to make of this.
I was wondering if you could tell us if you recognize the handwriting. It is most definitely dwarvish.
I agree that it is written by a dwarf, most certainly, though I do not recognize the handwriting.
Do you know what type of passage and what the passage might be for in the swamp?
He looks at it. He says, well, if it is a dwarf writing about a passage, perhaps it is not a passage in the swamp. Perhaps it is, a tunnel somewhere. But I am merely speculating.
Then why the boat? What does the swamp lead to? What is past the swamp?
Hills, more, grassy hills mostly. But tell me, what else have you learned?
So, this boat was stolen from a man over in the Drowenian village encampment.
Yeah.
Stolen 4 days ago. The boat was being made for a man's son. And the boat was found yesterday with a hole in the bottom of it, as if to sink it. And the letter was the only thing found in the boat.
I see. Do we have any idea who stole the boat?
All we know about the boat is what we saw: 8 oarsmen, and they met up with a nobleman's servants. When was that? Was that also 4 days ago?
That was also 4 days ago. Yep.
4 days ago. Also 4 days ago, wearing red cloaks of a noble.
I see.
We have had a chat with Thrain, Osgar, and he knows nothing about what's going on, but he seems to have a little bit of a disdain towards your people.
As soon as you mention his name, Balin also just goes into the list of grudges of why they don't like this guy.
I smoke deeply.
Balin's just and he insulted my grandmother one time, and he has a whole list of everything that this man has done wrong in his eyes.
I nod my head as he explains it while I stuff my face, drink, and smoke.
Yeah. He gets to the end of his tirade about this guy, and then he sits back heavily in his chair, and he says, well, I am convinced that there's something afoot, at least. And as one of King Dane's most trusted advisors, I think that I'd best go confer with him. I'm expected there in several days, and I think perhaps I should arrive early. I encourage you to learn all else you can in the coming days, and do send word if you hear anything new. I will be making a quiet absence from this town come nightfall, considering that I am, dead.
Will do. How do we reach you?
Thrun can send me one of those birds.
Got it. Anything else, or should we meet our purveyor of boats at the dock.
Balin looks at you and says, I suggest you continue to look into who may have stolen that boat and see what you can do.
That's what we plan on finding out. And
Very
we
good.
appreciate your time.
And I appreciate your assistance. Meanwhile, Caranthir is on his way to the docks. And as he is on his way to the docks...
I don't like this.
I believe all by himself, right? We sent Caranthir alone?
Yes.
Alone.
Yes, all alone. The elf wandering through the streets.
Why do I always do this to myself?
It's midday. It should be safe.
Not in RPG world.
So, as you are on your way towards the docks, I would like you to roll an awareness.
Okay, hold on. Awareness is, 3. 56. 3. Okay, I got, 5, 6, 12. I got a 20 and I got a 6 on a D6.
Okay. So you realize really quickly that there's somebody following you.
I slowly, I pretend as if I don't notice. How far back I'm going to ask details. How far back are we? How wide is the street? How busy is it? And
so it's midday. There's a decent amount of, people in the street, but it's not super crowded. The person following you is following from, to begin with, a significant distance, but they are gaining on you. They do seem to be trying to catch up with you.
Okay.
The street is, we're going to say, 20 feet wide. And the area you're in is kind of a residential area for the various dock workers. So it's kind of a low-income residential area with cottages along the sides.
Okay, just a question. I noticed for weapons under spears, it's in parentheses. Does that mean anything?
I think that's just a weird typo on your sheet, but let me check real quick.
You know what? I get those all the time.
Yeah, no, that's just a typo on your sheet. Don't worry about it. You have spears. Okay. You have a spear.
Yeah, I don't need a spear. Let's just say I somehow put my spear on my back, because I'm not going to say sheath my spear.
Sure. Okay.
Put that on my back. Take out the dagger. Slowly pretend as if I'm stopping to peruse if there's anything, maybe pick something up small to eat, cheapest thing I could find.
Okay.
Then duck around the corner and basically try to get him or whoever it was to see why they're following me.
All right. So you stop, you get a kebab or something on the side of the road from a...
Oh, you make me want to get a kebab tonight. Ugh.
From a street vendor, and then you step around the corner and you wait a moment, and surely a moment later,
do I need to roll stealth, or are we not doing that?
What was that?
Do I have to roll stealth?
You don't have to, no.
Okay.
A moment later, this guy pops around the corner.
I try to non-violently subdue him.
All right, so what exactly are you doing?
Just behind it with with my dagger.
Okay, so basically you're trying to get into a position where you're threatening but not actually harming him.
Yeah, threatening with not actually harming him.
Okay. Go ahead and roll. What am I gonna have you roll for that? That's gonna be roll in athletics.
Athletics, okay, yeah. I can do that. 18, and I got a 6 on one of the D6s.
Okay. This isn't your first time cornering somebody in an alley. Surprisingly. And you managed to very adeptly get behind him and basically get a knife to his back. And he basically freezes. He's like, okay.
Only a fool sneaks up on an elf. I first did this before your grandmother was born. Why are you...
The man kind of looks over his shoulder. He's like, I wasn't trying to sneak up on you. Just trying to catch up.
Okay. I let him go. Put the dagger away.
Okay. He takes a step back, and as he does, you can see that he does have red livery on underneath a darker cloak.
Ooh, red livery.
Livery, yes.
And that's the what was that again? That was the signs of the people we think attacked Balin.
You know that there were people wearing red livery who met with the people who had the boat, so you know that there's a connection there.
There's a connection. Okay. Yeah.
And this man turns to you and says, I was sent with a message from my Lord Gunvar. I apologize for alarming you. And he just like hands you an envelope.
Thank you very much.
And then he very hastily turns to leave.
I didn't mean it. Sorry.
He's like, it's fine.
The one that lives an hour away, of course.
But you open the envelope, and inside, there's a very neatly penned invitation saying that Lord Gunvar requests the company of you and your companions at dinner this evening, and that horses will be provided for you at the gate. He gives you basically an address for a stable. And that he looks forward to discussing your mutual interests in Dale.
Nice. I put that away, and then I go about my business to get a boat.
All right, you go down to the docks. You have some nice chats with a couple people, and you buy a boat.
I buy a boat.
You set everything up so that it's docked there waiting for you if you need it. But otherwise, your boat buying experience is a relatively smooth process.
Then I head back to the tavern, is where we're all going to meet.
Yep. That is our base of operations. Yep.
Operations. Head back there and get myself a nice bit of elven wine and have a drink.
So you sit down to your glass of elven wine, which you note in the back of your mind is actually from the Dorwinians, has their label on it. And a few minutes later, the remainder of your party will arrive back from their conversation with Balin.
And I let them know we have an inn. We have an invitation.
Interesting. Which means that somebody has to know, somebody that you contacted, or unless you've been being followed this entire time and haven't noticed, cough, cough, has contact with the person causing these problems.
Exactly as I wished. I was not trying to be quiet. An elf who hates a dwarf is quite known. It's quite common.
I think perhaps you and the bride should head over to have this secret rendezvous, since you guys were seen going into the dwarf hater's house before.
It does have, say, all of us.
Oh, as in, it says us by name, like all four of us?
Does it say?
I will say that it says all of you, and that it says that 4 horses will be provided.
Got it. So the question is, do we want to investigate the swamp first, or have this meeting?
Well, how long is it until dinner?
So at this point, it's probably mid-afternoon. It's probably about 3 o'clock. So you have time to go ride out to the estate and have dinner and arrive in a timely manner. But if you go to the swamp at this point, you will be woefully late.
I do not think these are the type of people we should be late for.
And I would never be late for dinner nor supper, so I think
your supper is wherever your supper is never ending until it is breakfast.
See what I mean? If the Lord is willing to indulge my appetite, I think it would be distasteful not to show up.
This is true. This is true.
So I think we're all in agreement here.
We are all in agreement.
All right. Is there anything that you would like to do in the little bit of time you have left before you go get on horses and go ride out to the estate?
Clean myself up.
Get drunk.
Stop
okay.
From getting drunk before dinner.
Well, I mean, I'm going to join her on that one. Perhaps keep everyone, all our two dwarf friends, in the loop with what's going on.
Okay. So you're sending word to Thrun and telling him to on to Balin?
Pass the word.
Okay.
And I mean, that's really all I can think of.
Okay.
Besides, of course, getting drunk. Yeah.
But you pregame it a little bit. You have a couple drinks. You get ready.
This is a pint. Yeah, I'm good to go.
Okay. At this point, I'm going to take a 5-minute break, and then we will come back and we will proceed with your trip out to the estate.
Sounds good to me.
All right.
Take a break as well.
Good. Thank you very much.
Yep. See you in 5 minutes. happenings of The Hobbit. And we have been investigating some rising tensions between two different factions of dwarves. So we have the Iron Hill dwarves, with their leader Nipping, who is very focused on the traditional dwarven crafts of weapon making and tool making, and really looks down upon the dwarves of Erebor, who have been focusing on making trinkets and toys to amuse the men of Dale. And the dwarves are also not too fond of the men of Dale. So there's a lot of tensions both ways on that part. And at this point, our heroes have been invited to go to dinner with a noble, and we are on our way there to see what's going to happen next.
Ooh.
Ooh, yes. So you've been invited to dinner with Lord Gunvar of Ashbrook. And as the appointed hour approaches, you make your way to the stables that you were told would have horses for you. And you are, in fact, provided with horses. You have a nice ride out across the countryside. And you approach this manor house that is encircled by a short border wall. And the building itself is dominated by a solid stone tower, which clearly was once intended to keep bandits at bay. When you arrive, you are met at the gates by guards, and a door warden steps forward and says, "Good evening, guests. I must request that you leave your weapons at the door. I assure you that you will be safe inside, and we must ensure that there are no hot tempers over dinner or anything."
Is there a way I can conceal my dagger?
You can roll a stealth check.
Good. That's what I'm good at.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to conceal a dagger as well.
Okay.
15.
Okay, so Trotter manages to hide his dagger somewhere.
I too will try to hide a dagger.
Okay.
17 with a 6 on one of the d6.
All right, Lifston masterfully hides his dagger. Most of you don't even know that.
12.
All right. So Caranther is not going to succeed on this unless you want to spend hope on this.
No need.
All right, so the door warden sees you trying to put a dagger in your boot and is like, "Come on, I've been doing this for a while. Please."
And while he's distracted, I put my dagger.
Pretty much, yeah.
The plan the whole time.
What about the bride? Is she concealing anything, or is she handing over weapons? What's the plan?
I'll hand them all over. Why not?
All right. So your weapons are all collected by the door warden, and he very neatly places them in a weapons rack and assures you that they will be safe for your return after dinner.
Do I keep my shield?
He's going to ask you to leave your shield at the door too. And your horses are taken by some stable hands, and then you are shown into the main house. You're brought to a dining room. There's a wooden table that occupies the full length of the hall, and there are wooden chairs with high backs arranged along both sides. As you sit, a butler enters and begins filling your cups with red wine poured from an elegant glass decanter. And they let you sit for a moment or two. And then Lord Gunvar enters and takes his place at the head of the table. And as he's about to sit down, he raises his crystal goblet and looks around at the table and says, "Welcome to Ashbrook. I invited you here because I think you and I are pursuing similar goals, and thus I wonder if we could help each other." And he takes a seat.
I ask, "My lord, would you mind terribly if I were to smoke at your table?"
"Oh, not at all."
I light up my pipe, feel more comfortable.
And dinner begins being brought out, and Lord Gunvar looks around and says, "I have it on good authority that you have been inquiring as to some of the tensions between the people of Dale and the dwarves.
I have indeed.
And tell me, are you prepared to aid our cause?
I was aiding the cause against the dwarves long before.
Different noble.
Different noble?
Yes, this is a different noble than you met with before.
I know it's a different noble, but I was going to use the same spiel.
Go for it.
Long before your grandfather was born.
Okay. He nods. He says, "Well, we've had some interesting turns of events recently, and with Balin dead, it's really made me reconsider some things. I have asked you to meet with me because I think that you can likely understand, many of my concerns here with this whole situation. Dale is a young kingdom and really not more than an infant compared to our neighbors, the ancient realms of the dwarves and you, the elves. You've been here forever. But our lineage and our heritage, and at this point he's kind of turning and mostly talking to Lifstan and the bride. Because you guys are the humans at the table. So our heritage goes back for many centuries, and we were here before Smog, and we are here again, reborn from the dragon's fire. But what matters more is that if it weren't for our king, there would be no kingdom under the mountain. And certainly the woodland realm itself would have been reduced to ashes by the dragon's wrath. Yet, our neighbors still see us as inferior, and they treat us as such. Years ago, King Bard stood tall and demanded that we be given what was ours by right, and he's not that man anymore. Wizards and foreigners have weakened his will, and the dwarves and elves are taking advantage of it. They fear that the king's weakness will eventually put their interests at danger as well. And what's worse is that most of us here refuse to see the problem. We're blinded by greed, and we're willing to let others make decisions for us as long as we keep getting rich. But not all of us are blind. Some of us see the truth of the situation here. Warriors like you and I, and he's really looking at Lifstan as the local here. Warriors like you and I see that there are so many enemies threatening our kingdom, and not all of them are beyond our borders. We must act accordingly. Listen. And he lowers his voice into a conspiratorial tone.
No.
I said we, for it may be we, if you will join with me. Help me to strengthen the kingdom, for the sake of Dale in the first place, but also for Erebor and the woodland realm. A weakened throne isn't good for anyone.
How would you strengthen the kingdom, though?
Well, this very night, we have a plan afoot. If you will join me and ride out with me, you can aid us in our cause.
I interject, try to shed a little levity in the situation. My lord, I am not a man of the land. I am not an elf that hates the dwarves. I'm not a dwarf that's on the side of the dwarves. I'd like to think, humbly, a third party. I was just looking to get a deeper insight on what exactly your plan is, if you don't mind my asking.
Well, if I am to reveal the details, I must first know that you are with me.
Well, how can I be with you if I don't exactly know the details?
Do you not want to see Dale flourish under strong leadership?
I do. Well, actually, I can say I'm once again a third party. It is inconsequential to me what happens to Dale, but I would like...
That's terrible.
It's terrible, but I am being honest, my lord. and I'm trying to use this honesty, and I'm trying to understand exactly what you have in mind.
Why don't you roll a go ahead and roll a riddle check.
This hobbit's gonna get stabbed. You're gonna get shanked.
Yes, shot.
The silver tongue only works so long. We're dropping a die, but so I just dropped a D6, but I did just get a 12 on the D12.
Okay.
Don't know where the other dice went, so wow. 14.
Okay. So you as you're having this conversation with him and he's being really cagey about it, it really sounds like he's going to try and do something to like overthrow the throne of Dale and then like change the leadership or otherwise destabilize things in the region so that Dale comes out looking stronger. So you're pretty sure that he's got some kind of like horrible violent plan afoot.
Can I roll to make a guess as to what's going on?
Yes.
Okay. And that would be another.
That's going to be a riddle roll because he's very much not telling you overtly until you tell him whether you're with him or not.
Actually, on top of that, can I use a hope for this?
It's not going to get you anything additional.
Got it.
Which roll? This is going to be a what roll?
Riddle.
A riddle?
Yep.
I have that.
All right.
Gods of the Valor. A 6. Yay.
A 6 total?
6 total.
All right. So somehow Caranthier comes out of this like thinking that this guy is like pretty okay and on the up and up. You're not picking up any of the subtext. You're just like, yeah, like we need a strong Dale for a strong woodland realm. That sounds good.
He is a simple man. He merely means what he speaks.
Yes.
I lean forward, take the pipe out of my mouth, and look him dead in the eye and say, yes, perhaps I do believe a stronger outfit is more suitable for your town. I look over, I try to see if Lifston is following the see that Caranthier is definitely not. He's smiling gleefully, and I...
Yeah, Caranthier's just like, with like patriotic elf music in the background.
I thought it was allowed in, right? Or was my dog just waiting outside?
Your dog is with you, probably, sitting on the floor next to you.
Okay, I'm just like petting it, like not paying attention.
I
was about to literally ask what she was. So I'm looking, so I look at those two, and then I look back at Lifston, and I say...
So Lifston wants to make his roll, so...
Should I?
If you want to, now's the time.
No.
Please, somebody.
A 10.
Okay, so a 10 doesn't really get you much.
I'm gonna get stabbed tonight, okay.
Can I use a hope?
You can.
All right, so that's a 12 now. Does that...
Okay. So with a 12, you are on the same page as Trotter that, like, this guy clearly has some horrible, probably violent conspiratorial plot afoot, to do something that he's convinced is going to make Dale stronger, either by changing the leadership of Dale or changing the leadership of one of the surrounding kingdoms.
Our group has been together for a while now, you said, correct?
You've traveled together for a while.
So we may be able to pick up on each other's tells, perhaps? Like if I was trying to get his attention and...
Yes, but you still have to make the riddle roll for it if you are trying to subtly convey something.
I will definitely do that, because since Lifston seems to understand where we're going, I'm going to try to bluff our way into finding out what his whole diabolical plan is. I want him on my side for this.
Okay.
Actually, maybe... Do I have to do an individual roll for the entire table? Just to follow along?
So each person has to roll to see if they follow you or not.
Oh God, okay.
So yes,
okay.
This is the point at which you get to have a beautiful conversation with this man if you want, and we'll see if your party comes with you.
Okay. So I lean in, even more.
Okay.
Take another deep breath out of the pipe, and I exhale, saying, I believe me and the group are exactly what you need to fulfill your plans.
That is why I invited you here, yes.
So, perhaps a little more light on the situation, and we could get this done quickly and as efficiently as possible.
All right, roll your persuade.
You leaned in like a girl boss.
So I got a 12 on the D12. I got a 6 and a 3.
Okay. So you lean in and you whisper all of this to him, and he says, "Ah, yes. Well, I've heard that hobbits are handy at a time like this, but
That they are.
even now, I have men preparing to ride to Erebor. The best way to ensure that Dale is strong is to ensure that Erebor cannot keep using us to get rich and take advantage of our hospitality and the like. We are prepared to set them back a bit."
I look at the rest of the table, and so are we. We just need a little bit more of the exact details, and perhaps we can put more things into motion to quicken the process of this.
Okay. So at this point, I'm going to have the rest of the table roll their riddle check to make sure you guys know that Trotter is bluffing this.
Just D12, right? Or like the puzzle thing?
I got a 3 total.
All right. So Caranther thinks that we are totally on board with like messing up Erebor. The bride has. I'm sorry. What did you get?
I got a 6.
Okay. So Lifstun is not picking this up either. And what did the bride get?
I'm rolling a D12, right?
Yes, you're rolling a D12, and then if you have any ranks in riddle, you get to roll D6s for each rank in riddle.
Okay. I have to find that.
It's the third column, and
Yeah,
it's one up
14.
from the bottom.
All right, I got 14.
Okay, so the bride knows that this is a bluff, but the rest of the party doesn't.
Okay, this is gonna be okay. We can work around this. We can work around this. Just a little bit more sneak and stealth in this. The Hobbit mindset.
So Gunvar at this point says, "Well, as I said, I have men prepared to ride out. We have been preparing a passage into the mountain. We'll be leaving within the hour."
Okay. Oh boy. Okay.
Is this into the Iron Hills?
Nope, this is into Erebor.
Okay.
Leaving within the hour.
Yes. We've been fortunate. We've been aided by some of the other dwarves who see things as they truly are.
My lord.
Yes.
As much as I would say that it is a very devious plan, and it is very, very good. However, wouldn't you think that it's too soon after the death of their king?
You mean Balin?
I'm sorry, Balin, yes.
Yeah.
After the death
He's
of
not their
Balin.
king, he's merely a counselor. But
they're going to be on high alert.
No, it is a fortunate stroke of luck that someone else saw fit to remove him from the picture at such an ideal time.
Oh, I thought that was your doing. Okay. Well, but it's still a little early, don't you think? Perhaps delaying it until their forces, their guards, they're on high alert right now. One of their own just died. So perhaps they're ready for an attack. You would lose a lot of men and perhaps not get the job done that you're looking to get. But waiting just maybe a day or two longer things
Alas,
might
we are
settle
committed.
down.
We ride tonight. My men are preparing even now.
I look over at the bride, hoping that she has something to help me out here with.
Yeah, I'm more focused on my dog than like the conversation. I'm just sort of like listening on.
Okay. So, Lord Gunvar looks at you. Once we are done with dinner, your horses will be rested, or we'll get you new ones. And you can ride out with us. This will be a glorious night.
These dwarves.
Yes.
They're just down for the cause.
Well, not the dwarves in Erebor. It's a surprise attack.
Yes, I understand, but the dwarves that were on your side helped build the tunnel.
Yes.
And it's a tunnel that all of your men will be in at the same time.
Indeed. Well, yes, in bits and pieces.
And your dwarves trust these dwarves not to perhaps cave in the tunnel if they're not really on your side and they're looking to stop you.
Ah, but their anger is fiery and passionate.
Yes, but
My
that's exactly
hobbit
what a
friend-
spy would try to do, wouldn't you think?
My hobbit friend has a point.
And he thinks I'm completely legit with this too.
My hobbit friend has a point.
He nods solemnly. He's like, I understand your concern, but I fear if we delay, the tunnel will be discovered and the opportunity will be lost. We must go tonight. We must trust our allies.
But what if it's already discovered?
Well,
if it's
then
a
our
trap
cause is
later?
already lost, but I am prepared to take that risk for a stronger Dale.
Or perhaps, wait, let me and my group examine the tunnel for just 1 hour. The elf, his eyes will be able to spot any inconsistencies with the structure.
Roll persuade.
Boy, this is all riding on this. Okay. Got a 5 in the detail of I have 1 6 and a 2, so that's 12.
Okay. Would you like to spend a hope point?
I would like to spend a hope point.
So you give him your best speech and your best smile, and he's like, oh, well, I suppose we could delay for an hour. We will all ride out together, and then we will wait outside and let you inspect the tunnel.
Once again, this is just for your safety, my lord. We understand your cause and we're looking to help it. We just don't want it to fail.
Absolutely, and I appreciate your commitment to Dale.
Absolutely.
Even though you are not one of our people.
I understand the cause. Well, shall we finish dinner?
And, dessert is brought out.
Take a very deep drink.
You finish dinner. Is there anything else that you guys want to talk about over dinner before the rest of this goes down?
I want to lean over to Trotter and go, I thought we were helping the dwarves. As quietly as I can.
This is the moment where Trotter just realizes how bad this is.
I had to. I believed you were really on their side.
Hoping that everybody else is deep in conversation, I look at him with, take another deep smoke of the pipe into a simple nod, like, we are. And
all right, Livston, roll your riddle check. See if you catch it up on that.
I rolled a 3.
Oh, come on.
So, all right. So Livston apparently thinks that we are just like, we're helping the dwarves by like dealing with Erebor. Yeah, like the dwarven like purists. We're helping them now.
It's a good thing I bought us an hour alone in the tunnel, I guess. We'll figure that one out later. I would like to turn to the Lord and ask him why he hates the dwarves so much.
Ah, well, I mean, they come here and they're very condescending. They act like they own everything. And he continues on his litany of how they have just treated Dale like it's, insignificant and a puppet, and they don't take them seriously, and Dale will never be able to become what it could truly be so long as the dwarves keep treating it this way.
Interesting. Well, I mean, I do see your point, Lord. Anybody else? I mean, this is dinner. I do like conversation over drinks and food and.
So there's some light casual conversation. But if there are no further pressing conversations, we will skip to the end of dinner.
I do not have anything.
I have one actually.
All right.
So in trying to figure out, trying to find you actually throughout all of this, your men met with some people that stole a boat. Do you know? So the oarsmen, what exactly were they for, if you don't mind my asking?
Ah, well, you see, he gives you a wink. I had tried a more direct approach first. And then fortune smiled upon us and handled the matter separately.
I see. I don't want to say that, no. I mean, I just feel like now I realized that they were the original attack.
Yep.
Yeah.
But dinner concludes, and after dinner, Lord Gunvar leads you all back out into the courtyard, where there are a sizable number of his men getting ready. There's about 30 of them assembling in the darkness, and they have horses. They have cloaks to conceal their arms and armor, and they prepare. They give you cloaks as well. They make sure that you get your weapons and everything back. They give you horses, and after dinner, you guys all begin riding out towards Erebor.
While we're getting ready to ride out,
yes.
Can I ask Livston for his toy birdie?
Yeah.
And can I roll for stealth so nobody can see me do this?
Sure.
Because apparently two out of the 4 don't know what we're doing. Oh, come on. 12.
Okay.
I'm sorry, 11.
11. Okay. So, you being a hobbit and a stranger to these parts, people are keeping a pretty close eye on you. And that is not going to be high enough to do this stealthily.
What if I used a hope?
You can use
6. I will use a hope.
Okay.
Or -4 for that one.
So you manage to duck into the shadow of one of the horses and do whatever you need to do with your bird.
I write a letter to Thrun and inform him to tell everybody, really. Nope,
okay. What do you want him to tell everybody?
I inform him that there's going to be an attack in 2 hours on in the mountain.
Okay.
I want him to tell, because I don't even know who would be on our side for this. If he could tell Baelorn, and also if he could tell the Dorwinian.
Okay.
And inform the Dorwinian that it was in fact this lord that had the boat stolen.
Okay. You send the bird off with the letter, and bird goes off on its way. And without much further ado, the group gets together and begins riding north towards Erebor. And you ride, actually, it's going to be a couple hours for you to get to Erebor because it is north of Dale. So you skirt the city, you continue heading north. And on the northeastern side of the mountain, you come to a narrow valley where there's a lot of kind of just broken shale scattered across the ground. And as you arrive here, the group stops and several of Gunvar's men dismount and begin shoving aside some of the broken rocks. And you are able to see that beneath, concealed under the gravel and broken rocks, there is a tunnel that winds deep down into the mountain. And at this point, Lord Gunvar turns to you and says, well, you wanted to inspect the tunnel? There you go, but do be quiet. It would be a shame if you were caught alone on such a mission. It is quite brave of you to go ahead.
All for the cause, my lord. Group, shall we?
Why not?
Sure.
You begin climbing your way down into the tunnel. And sections of this tunnel are naturally made, while others have clearly been artificially dug or widened. There are places where water trickles down through the tunnel, and the tunnel actually is going to take you, probably it would take you a full hour to reach the far end of the tunnel. So you're not going to get to scout the whole tunnel and then come back. You do note some hazards along the way, places where there's loose rocks and things like that.
15 minutes.
I'm going to take the time to ask, are any of their soldiers with us, or is it just us?
Nope, they just sent you ahead.
15 minutes into the trek, I would like to stop the group, and first, I would like to try, I'm going to whisper towards the entrance of the tunnel for Lord...
Gunvar?
Gunvar, yes.
Okay, no response. You're far enough into the tunnel that there's...
Okay. I inform the group exactly what we're doing here. That we are, in fact, trying to help the dwarves still, and that Gunvar is not the guy. He's no good. So, so everybody, for our dinner, I had this plan to delay the attack so we can help the dwarves survive the attack. So, does anybody have any quarrels with that before I go on?
No.
Okay. I did this to buy us time. I'll be honest, I don't really know what we're doing from here. We could go towards the end of the tunnel and inform all of the dwarves what's going on. But I'm down for better ideas than that. I sent a letter to Throne, and tried to get the Dorwinian on our side. I'm not sure if it'll work, but here we are.
You said that it looked like there was loose stone and stuff, right?
It was concealing the entrance to the tunnel, yeah.
Oh. Could we possibly rig it so that the cave collapses as they're coming in? Like not hitting
You do not
anyone.
have the resources to do that.
Nope. All right.
We do have our weapons back, correct?
You do have your weapons back.
Got it. That's good to know. How many men did we ride in with?
30.
Don't like those odds.
Does anyone have an idea how we're going to get out of this?
We could bluff again. Not sure how much bluffing I can do in one day, but we could get back out and tell him that the tunnel is in fact not good to travel through and that it will collapse if all of his men go in at the same time. We could burst through the other side and just tell the dwarves to get ready, because they do have it's an hour's passage to the dwarves. An hour to get ready is better than nothing.
I'd prefer that.
That
I trust
Liston?
that.
But they're expecting us back, aren't they?
I mean, if we're turning sides anyways, it's not going to matter if we come back or not.
No, but won't they suspect something's up if we don't come back?
No, they might expect that we had been attacked and that it was unsafe.
What if... Oh, I hate this. What if you guys informed them while I went back and said that you guys were preparing for the attack? Alone.
So, you are standing in the passageway, making all of these beautiful plans. And I would like you all to roll awareness.
Okay.
Here we go.
9.
I got an 11 on a D12.
Cool. So Caranther doesn't hear anything. Caranther's still hearing like elven music in the background of his mind.
14.
Okay.
I got 13.
Okay. So as you are sitting here having this deep conversation about what if we do this, what if we do that, you hear the clank of armored footsteps coming down the tunnel behind you, and you realize that they have not waited the full hour to give you the time. And that they've decided that like they're going to be here in a moment or two.
This has to be quick thinking. I yell at the top of my lungs.
Okay.
The tunnel's collapsing. We have to get out of here right now.
Okay. Roll. You know what? We have like 20 minutes left. I'm sorry. I'm not even going to have you roll for that. You make your brave declaration and you feel Lord Gunvar's hand clap on your shoulders like, no need to panic. It's just a few loose rocks. Come on, let's go do what must be done.
Of course, Lord.
I guess we're helping him now.
And with that, the group of soldiers with Lord Gunvar continue down the tunnel with you guys, kind of in tow. And the passage eventually comes to an opening. And inside, you see the light of a forge, and you hear you hear the constant banging of hammers, and you all realize that you are in the proximity of the first forge, which is a series of vast furnaces where most of the ore from Erebor is smelted. And while there are many forges in Erebor, the one that you are about to walk into is considered one of the pillars of the kingdom, and is a core of their economy. And furthermore, the din made by the forge itself is going to make it very difficult for anyone to be heard over the sounds of the forging.
Okay.
So you reach the opening, and Lord Gunvar's men begin running into the chamber, weapons drawn. And there are some dwarven laborers and smiths here, and you see them react with great surprise as these men, bear down on them. And at this point, we're going to be going into our combat.
And we completely failed.
May I ask? I asked Lord Gunvar if they're mercenaries.
His men?
Yes.
They are loyal to me and the cause.
And we're behind all of them.
You're kind of in the middle of them, yeah. Sure, you're behind all of them. So you have this battle breaking out in front of you. Yes, you can do terrible things.
Oh, I'm looking to.
Not looking
you have
to.
this battle breaking out in front of you. And we have all of this going on, and give me 2 seconds. Let me make sure I'm looking at the right page. All right. So at this point, Lord Gunvar still thinks that you are decidedly on his side.
Perfect.
His men. So my first question for you is, I'm assuming at this point that you are all on the side of the dwarves and we're going to be adverse to Lord Gunvar's men. Is that correct for everybody?
Yes, I would like to take.
Okay.
I would like to take Lord Gunvar hostage.
Oh,
to stop his men.
Oh.
All right. So before we get there,
smart. That was smarter than I was thinking. I was just going to shiv him.
Yeah, so was I.
No,
It's
you
Jon
can't.
Snow.
I need you all to roll an awareness roll.
Oh, I'm bad at those.
Come on, Lady Luck. 15.
I got a, let's see, 8, 9, 17, and one of them's a 6.
Okay.
I got whatever 6 plus 7 is.
Okay. So you guys are all quite adept at like surprising Lord Gunvar and his men. They are not expecting this at all. None of you have had any tells or anything. So you guys are going to be acting first in this battle. So the first thing we're going to do is that everybody needs to decide what stance they are going to be in for the first round of combat. So your options for stances are you can be forward, which means you are basically just running in and recklessly attacking somebody, and we'll choose targets in a minute. You can be open, which means that you are kind of balancing offense and defense. You can be defensive, which means that you are much harder to hit, but also you're fighting much more cautiously. Or if you have 3 other people in one of those first 3 categories, somebody can stay rearward and do ranged combat.
It's a dark cave, yes?
It is a cave. It is not dark because it is lit by the lights of the forge.
And there's no way I can stealth behind anything?
You can try to stealth, although you already have all of the combat advantage you would have anyway, so it's not really you.
Okay, yeah.
They're not expecting you to be adverse to them, so.
I guess I'll just be like forward because all my things are like close range, so.
Okay.
I'd like to be back if at all possible. I've got extra on the bow.
Defense.
What was that?
I'll take defense.
Okay.
I just want to take out the Lord.
I just want him dead.
Just want him dead or subdued or incapacitated. Something along those lines. Do I still have the fatigue from earlier?
Remind me what you had fatigue from?
Like 4 days ago, falling down into the ravine.
Oh yeah, you're fine. You're fine.
Okay.
All right, so we have the bride and Caranthier forward, and then where is Trotter?
I am back.
Okay. Rearward?
Rearward, I'm sorry, yes.
So between the bride and Caranthier, you guys can decide who's going first.
I want to go first.
Okay, you can go first.
Yeah.
All right, so you are going first. Nobody is expecting you to do literally anything adverse to anyone right now. Who matters. So what are you doing?
The same thing I tried to do. The same thing I did to the other guy.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're basically just trying to get a knife to Lord Gunvar's back?
I don't know. What would be easier, trying to sweep him with the spear and hold him on the ground with the spear, or putting the knife around his throat in a submission position?
Up to you. It's pretty much just flavor.
Okay, I'm gonna do the. I like the submission position with the knife.
Okay.
Okay.
So go ahead and roll me a dagger attack as if you were going to hit him.
Okay, and how do I do that?
All right. So your weapon skill
Yes.
is going to be your D12 plus however many D6s you have for that weapon.
Okay.
So you can go ahead and roll that to start with.
What about the battle skill? That doesn't mean anything, right? That's like
that doesn't apply to this. Yeah, that's
okay. Cool.
There's a different thing that's for that we're not going to get into today.
Okay, and I have 2 dots with spears and 1 dot with daggers, so I'm just going to do the thing with the spear then. I'm assuming it's the 2 boxes next to spear.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, let's roll that, and let's hope I do well. No, I got an 11 on the D12.
All right. Well, fortunately, you are forward, so you're being pretty aggressive about this, which helps you out. Okay. But yeah, you have.
I got an 11 on a D12.
Yeah.
A
Okay.
6
So that doesn't
on a
matter.
D6, and then a 3. Yeah.
Okay. So you fumble it, and he is now aware that you just tried to attack him. So
another day running bad.
Yep. So we are over to the bride.
All right. I guess I'm also gonna attack him because, like,
okay,
without him, like, they have no leadership or anything.
All right.
I'm just gonna look for like weapons.
All right. So you have like 3 weapons on your sheet, probably. I think everybody has 3.
Yeah. I guess I'll use my axe.
Okay.
Just butcher him.
All right. So you pull out your axe and you take a swing at him.
I'm getting my dice.
All right. No problem. What was that?
Am I rolling a D12?
It's a D12 plus however many D6s you get for your weapon skill.
Okay, it's underlined.
Okay, it doesn't matter that it's underlined yet. We just care about the pips.
Well, I rolled a 2. I don't know how to do this.
Okay, so you rolled a 2 on your D12?
Yeah.
All right, and you should have
2 D6s.
Yeah, however many pips there are after your weapon, after your axe. However many boxes are checked.
Okay, I rolled 2, 1, and a 5.
Okay, so you have a total of 8, which is not going to be enough to hit him. Do you want to spend a hope point on this?
Yes.
Okay. So since your axes are underlined, which attribute are your axes under? So if you look up at the top, it'll be under a column, body, heart, or wits.
1 sec. I don't know.
Okay. Give me a moment. Let me pull up your sheet because I don't have that one in hard copy. So.
Long after the axe is under body.
Okay. So, and if it's underlined for you, you're going to be adding your favored number.
6.
So, yeah. So it's going to be a total of an additional 6 to your roll. So that's going to be a total of 14, which is enough to hit him.
All right.
So you're going to hit him with your axe, and the base amount of damage that you do is just the damage listed next to your axe at the bottom where it says gear.
All right, so 5.
Yeah, so you're going to do 5 damage with your axe. All right, and from there, we are on to Lifstan. So would you like to attack Lord Gunvar or one of his retainers?
Yes, the Lord.
Okay.
So I rolled an 18 with a 6 on one of the d6.
All right, great. So you definitely hit. And because you have a 6 on your d6, you do both the base damage listed under gear plus your damage in the diamond on the right-hand side. So there will be a diamond that says damage.
Okay, so 10 damage.
All right, great. And the other thing we have to keep an eye on is if your D12 roll is higher than the edge for the weapon you're using, let me know and we'll deal with that at that point.
Okay.
So, all right. So he has now taken actually a pretty significant amount of damage before we even get to Trotter, who is standing back. And before Trotter does anything else, I would like you to roll an awareness check.
I knew it. I have led us into a trap of my own making. 10.
Okay. So that is not high enough to get anything. Would you like to spend a hope point?
I would love to spend a hope point.
Okay. You spend a hope point, and you notice as you are standing there in this forge that this forge actually has some pretty good safety mechanisms set up. In fact, there are a string of alarms along the wall that can be sounded by pulling a cord at like dwarf shoulder height in case something were to happen to go amiss with the forge.
Would shooting it with an arrow activate?
Nope, you'd have to run over and pull the cord, which would be your turn for this turn.
Am I able to reach it? Because it's shoulder height.
It's shoulder height for a dwarf, so yes.
Got it. Perfect. Yes, that's my action then. I run over there and pull it.
All right, you run over there, you pull the cord. Despite having pulled the cord, you can't even hear the alarm in this level of the forge because of the noise of the forge itself. However, you feel like an audible like click that something has been activated, and you are confident that you have done well and set off an alarm somewhere. Meanwhile, you guys have now attacked Lord Gunvar, and therefore he and his retainers are very upset about this.
Why?
And
So
no, it's just
Lord
a prank.
Gunvar, yeah, exactly. Lord Gunvar is going to go ahead and take a swing at the bride because she was the one who first most pointedly attacked him. So he draws his sword, and I need to know what the bride's parry rating is. So that'll be in one of the diamonds on the right-hand side of your sheet.
Okay, parry has a 7 inside the diamond and then a +1 next to like a shield thing.
Okay. I assume you have your shield out?
Yeah.
Okay. So you have a total of 8 for your parry. You are in the forward position, which has a base number of 6. So the number that he has to beat to hit you is going to be 14. And so he takes a swing at you with his sword, and it clanks off your shield. You manage to block the blow. So you're okay.
Sweet.
And then one of his bodyguards is going to take a swing at Caranthir.
Yeah, of course he is.
Yep.
This is going to roll. What they're going to roll well. Ranthir's parry is a 6.
Okay.
He rolled a 12 and 3 6s.
Jinx,
so
bro.
The bodyguard takes a swing at you, and he is actually going to hit you. So from his attack, you are taking. You are going to lose a total of 3 endurance from that attack.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, it's 5. I lied to you.
Don't lie to me.
So you lose 5 endurance from that attack.
Okay.
But that's all. It doesn't injure you any further than that.
Okay.
In our defensive position, one of the other bodyguards is going to take a swing at Lifstan. And what is Lifstan's parry?
5.
Okay, well, you lucked out because I just rolled 3 1s on his dice, so he doesn't even come close. Misses by a mile, and Trotter, being running around setting off alarms. You are unfortunately not completely safe because some of these people have bows.
Of course they do.
And so one of them takes a shot at you. And what is your parry?
My parry is 5 plus 1 if my shield's out.
Okay. Would your shield be out?
To be honest, probably not if I was running to go pull an alarm.
All right. So we're going to leave you at 5. So your target number is a total of 17 because you are rearward, and they don't make that. So you dodge an arrow. It's a close miss.
Easy day.
We're back to the top of the order. Does anybody want to change their position?
Oh,
All right. So Caranther, we're back to you. You are standing over Lord Gunvar, who is at this point in really bad shape because he's been hit a lot.
I'm going to hit him again then, too, with the spear. Okay. And I switched up my dice this time.
All right.
Okay. So here's hoping I do better. Oh, yay! I got a 12, a 6, and a 3.
Okay, great.
Okay, the edge on my sphere is an 8.
All right, so the first thing we're going to do is the flat damage. Honestly, we're not even going to get into the edge because you're going to drop him on the flat damage anyway.
Okay.
So your damage for your gear plus your personal damage is what we need here.
Okay, the damage for the spear is a 9, and it says damaged 6.
Okay, so you do a total of 15 damage to him. You basically kind of fumbled the spear the first time, but you catch it and you just stab him. And he collapses to the ground. The battle is still raging around you. There are Lord Gunvar's men attacking some of the dwarves from the forge, and it is the bride's turn.
Okay. I guess I'll just do the same thing with my axe.
Okay, well, Lord Gunvar is down. Do you want to go chase down one of his bodyguards?
Yeah.
All right, so you find one of his bodyguards, chase him down, take a swing at him.
I'm just rolling right now.
Yep.
This time I got 15.
Okay. So that is, that's going to hit. So I need your base damage, and then if you rolled any 6s, we'll add your personal damage.
I didn't roll any 6s, so I think it's just a 5.
All right. So you run down towards a bodyguard who seems to be about to attack a dwarf. You hit him in the back with an axe, and you now have his undivided attention. So there's that. Lifston.
I'll go
so there was a guard that attacked you last turn. If you would like to attack him back.
Yeah.
Okay.
14.
Okay. That will hit.
And it's just the base damage. That's 5.
Okay. And then Trotter, you're still rearward, so you can take a ranged attack at someone if you would like, or you can do whatever else you want, really.
I'll try to gather the attention of, if any of them are attacking a dwarf right now, I'm going to try to shoot him in the back with my bow.
Okay. You're actually going to target the same one that the bride just hit, who was about to run down some of the dwarves and attack them.
Got it.
You take a shot.
Oh, come on. 12.
That is not going to hit.
Didn't think so.
You watch your arrow just kind of go off into the forge. And at this point, the alarm having sounded, you are joined in combat by none other than Balin and several members of the Stone Guard. The remaining members of Gunvar's group are quickly apprehended, not killed, arrested, and taken away. And with peace restored, after everyone has had a chance to catch their breath, you are summoned before King Dane. And at this point, Balin joins you and speaks your praises to his king, speaks highly of your aid, and suggests that you be honored in the halls of the dwarves, and explains the entire situation at this point. Explains that it has been uncovered upon questioning Lord Gunvar's men that they were in league with Nipping, who took it upon himself to try and set things right as he saw it within the dwarven realms by using the men to do his dirty work, basically. Nipping effectively got in their heads, convinced them that they were all on the same side and that they needed to turn against Erebor. And so there was a conspiracy to damage the First Forge, to overthrow, to get rid of Erebor's power, so that the dwarves would return to their true heritage and the humans would no longer be under Erebor's thumb. But having dealt with Lord Gunvar, the conspiracy is now dissolved, and the dwarves will take it upon themselves to deal with Nipping in their own time.
So it's live there, but it's not going to go live on YouTube until I go live on YouTube. Sci-fi, fantasy, digital